Hello, friends, and welcome to the NECC. We're a couple of weeks in now, but the action continues to heat up. Opening up the evening, myself, Relic. I'm joined by Tony Ernie. Ernie, your debut on the NECC. Some excellent collegiate action on the way. Oh, apparently we might have some audio issues. But I tell you what, while we're trying to sort out those audio issues, let's actually have a little look at the teams that we're going to be taking a look at first and foremost. Here, first of all, we've got Illinois State University, Sith, C Petty, and CG. This is a squad of 6 in totals. I'm personally disappointed we don't get to see Holy Avocados today, possibly one of the best names that we've come across in the NECC, sitting at a 2-0 record. Pretty good, 3-2 versus Columbia College, 3-0 versus UBC Navy. Illinois State sitting pretty at the top of the standings in the Champions West division. And on the other side, we have Ottawa Black. Now, a little bit of a mystery in some sense, Ottawa Black. They're currently sitting on a 0-1 unofficially. There is one score versus GCU that's not been reported, but if it's anything like their week 2 loss against Columbia College, then they'd rather not report it in the first place. A 3-0 sweep. Not pretty, as Sizen, Christopher, and Kami will be setting to the pitch. Sizen going under the pseudonym of Spire to try and right the wrongs and get a first game on the board. Ernie, are we any closer to Mike's? Mike check, Mike check?
So I believe so. I should be back. What I was trying to say was I was only roped into this about a half hour ago. And apparently I forgot to change my microphone in vMix because it has been maybe a year and a half since I've used vMix. So little bit of a mistake there, but I'm ready to go. It should be a great game.
I'm sure that we might see a couple of mistakes and a few nerves here and there, especially if you are Ottawa Black. It feels to me like, especially when you're starting a split at collegiate level, the early results can be a little bit tumultuous, but you never want to see 3 defeats in a row. And if I'm correct in saying that that GCU match was a defeat for Ottawa Black, then they're really up against it. Illinois State vibing.
And like you said, for Ottawa, you got to turn around at some point. You got to get one at that time. We're going to get right into this one. On DFH, a quick shot can go off the backboard. Nothing doing so far. CG Scythe going to carry this one downfield. Both teams really just kind of testing the waters here, not showing all their cards just yet. As we see Illinois looking to work this one out. A pinch that's going to find the back of the net. No! Crossbar denied. And for Illinois State, that would have been a near perfect start.
That's a real shame for Illinois State. I don't think anybody was expecting it to go on target, but I'll tell you what, that most certainly is almost, again, the woodwork denying Illinois. Ottawa Black, they're hanging on, trying. Oh, finally it goes through. It just goes to show, Ernie, that persistence does eventually pay off, and that defense was bound to break.
And when you have enough consistent pressure, it's bound to break, like you just said. So for Illinois State, quantity over quality seems to be the play here early on. We'll see what Ottawa Black can do to rebound. But so far, from what I'm seeing, Illinois State, Scythe going to get another. They're just in full control, and Ottawa just kind of left hanging in the balance.
So yes, that was indeed Sith right from downtown. I was a little bit confused there. I was like, wait a second, was that a defender going for a really cute touch off to the side that they just missed? No, it's just nobody expected that one to go in. Maybe they were expecting the touch offside, but either way, Illinois State 2-0. Ottawa Black looking to really struggle on the defense here, Ernie, and that is going to be a worry because as that number 3 goes in, this might, look away, my friends, look away, children, this might get ugly in game number 1.
As it's just been, the floodgates normally take a little bit to open, but here Illinois State just coming out screaming out of the gates here. And for Ottawa Black, maybe they were going to take game 1 to kind of settle in. but they've just had their doors blown off.
I'm worried for the rest of the barn, honestly. It's not just the doors I'm worried about, because we've only gone 1.5 minutes in. And finally, we've actually enjoyed a little bit of time here where Ottawa Black has at least not conceded. You watch this, Caster Curse incoming. But really, that's what they should focus on now. If you want to score, you've got to build a decent foundation in the midfield. In order to build a decent foundation in the midfield, you've got to defend. And we've seen bit by bit, Ernie, they have slowly but surely started to work something together. Spire there managing to capitalize on what was a couple of mistakes in the defense. Both players really hoping to touch the ball. Neither of them got a piece of it. Ottawa Black at least on the board. It's a starting point.
For Ottawa, you know, it took a little bit to get the fire burning, and now they're within 1. They're down by 3. Spire 2 goals back to back just like that. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your hats. It's not over just yet.
Illinois going to be kicking themselves, and I feel that Phoenix goal explosion seemingly pretty apt. A goal straight off the rip, straight off the kickoff. Going to be really disappointing for Illinois State. No team of good merit ever wants to concede in that way. They might be yet to concede again. Of course, Kami is Japanese for God, and I hope that for his sake, he'll live up to that name across the next 3 minutes or so. Still plenty of time for Ottawa Black to equalize.
Ottawa Black, now that they've settled in a little bit, took about 1.5 minutes, finally showing their true colors. So you see a centering attempt here, going to get sent away by Illinois. We see a lot of dump and chase here early on here in game 1. For some, it's worked out. For some, it hasn't. I'd like to see both teams take a little bit more control with their touches rather than just booming it down right away.
But ultimately, whatever methods they're putting together here, Ottawa Black do continue to look better and better as the minutes go by. Perhaps a little bit of those nerves that I was talking about, but it feels to me, at least by the body language, in terms of the confidence of rotation, those nerves really have settled, and now they've gotten inside the heads of Illinois State. Notice how they've had to settle down a little bit and try and go a little bit more defensive just to stop the rot. They still hold the lead, and that is really important, Ernie, especially if they were to score a 4th. Oh, would you believe it? It's off the post.
So far, my Game 1 MVP has been the Ottawa Ironworks, because I think that thing has 4 saves already in this game alone. See, sight shot on again. It's the crossbar for Ottawa that has been their saving grace here. CG off the ceiling. Scythe gonna just put that one wide. See Petty touch here. CG drops it in. Goes bar south. Punishes the crossbar. Can't save that one, buddy. Illinois State up by 2.
That's it is extraordinary how many times this ball has hit the woodwork of Ottawa. But hey, again, it goes back to that starting to build up confidence again in your attacking front, starting to show those rotations a little bit further up the pitch. They've managed to find themselves a goal. There's daylight between the two teams again. The rot has been stopped. They've turned the game on its head once more. Loving these mini adaptations from Illinois State, and ultimately shows exactly why they lead the table. Another big save coming out here, and Spire with a lovely, smart demo to close down this threat. It could easily have been 5.
Could easily been 5. CG might try to make it that way. What a 50 centering touch. See, Petty can't get anything going so far. And for Ottawa, I think they're just a little bit slow on their challenges. I see time and time again, Illinois State beating them to balls, and that almost an own goal. Had to hold my breath there. So in the final 30, 40 seconds, we'll say, Illinois State, they're sitting comfortable. But how many times have we seen a 2-goal lead diminish just like that?
Well, I think it's a really important point that you bring up about how they're a little slow to the challenge, because one of those 2 Ottawa Black goals come from when they are proactive, when they punish a mistake down the other end of the pitch, and straight off the rip, off the kickoff, when they're going into a challenge anyway, by virtue of you have to challenge for the ball in the center. I think the Ottawa Black haven't learned those lessons from the 2 goals that they scored here, Ernie, because as soon as things settle down again, they reverted to norm, and that's such a shame, because this team does have the opportunity and the talent, I think, to score more goals, and Illinois State has just said, okay, well, if you're not going to play to your fullest potential, we'll just score and take the game off you, 1-0.
And off of a quick 3-0 start for Illinois State, they're going to take game one. As was that 20 shots, if I'm correct, for Illinois
22.
State. 22.
Yeah. Oh, no, 20. Wait, 20. Yeah, no, 22. 974. Yeah.
Casters should never do math live on air.
We really
That's
should. Actually, hold on, wait a second. 9 plus 7 is 16. It is 20 shots.
See,
Don't-
okay, so I am right.
Don't worry about me. Listen, I'm the English guy here. It's late. Sometimes my brain doesn't work.
Okay,
but actually,
that's fair. That's fair.
it's the other team which I think we should be focusing on as well, though, because only 5 shots on the board for Ottawa Black and one player not getting any shots off at all. So actually, all things considered, that conversion rate of 2 goals in from 5 shots is pretty good. And it shows that Illinois does have some defensive mishaps to clean up on. However, again, we go back to the point. 20 shots on target. You're bound to score at least 3 from that number. If you don't, what are you doing? What are you doing? Or how good is the defense that you're facing?
Well, I think it goes back to with my thing with Ottawa is I feel like the goals that they scored, it's almost like they just kind of threw the ball downfield and they had an open net. With Illinois, it feels more systematic and clinical. Whereas they have kind of, I don't want to say set plays, but they're actively looking for teammates to give the ball to open up Ottawa Black's defense.
Sure, I agree. And it's certainly the passing plays which have made Illinois State, for me, we talk about the eye test a lot of the time. They definitely passed the eye test because we see those players rotating quite successfully, and it was only defensive posturing and defensive misreads that kind of led to them losing those 2 goals in the first place. It could have been a much uglier scoreline for Ottawa Black. And I mean, look at this. I mean, that's beautiful. Beautiful infield pass. Sith ready to launch it, to rip it from the midfield line. Finds that bottom pocket. Christopher, really the wrong starting position, forced into a backflip that was never going to reach that shot with the power that was put onto it. Really well worked. Opening goal for Illinois State.
And the thing is, that pass had to be on the money. And it was. So for Illinois State, they're back in the lead, have yet to trail so far this series. Christopher, bound shot. Good save there by CG. So he really had to stretch out for this one. And we saw infield passes just from Illinois State. I like to see some from Ottawa as they continue to try to work around the edges here, really to no avail.
We're seeing a lot more proactivity again from Ottawa Black. They're getting in the faces of Illinois State. And okay, we saw a bit of an overcommitment there and they're leaving their goal mouth wide open. But Ernie, it seems like the woodwork is on their side. I think they can appreciate that they're 1 goal down. They're not going to score another unless they take some risks. And Spire, should have tried to pinch that off the backboard, but he does get away with it anyway.
CG was right there. Scythe's going to try to steal the goal. Or no, pardon me. CG will confirm, put Illinois State up by 2.
Shenanigans.
Just, I mean,
shenanigans.
Tomfoolery.
I mean, how about the flex to not only put the pass into the center of the box, but then to try and save the opportunity that you've created? How about this?
God.
How about this dunk, Kami, with the hand of the mighty, smiting thee down from the sky. CG, wrong place, buddy. You got to be a little bit higher in the air to defend that away.
Kami hitting the weight room before the match tonight. Going to get his team back within 1 here. Still plenty of time to tie this one up. We'll see if Ottawa can get back within this one. Another pinch from Scythe. He seems to always just be on the ball, and good things happen to C. Petty. Going to put his team back up by 2.
Once again, it's the proverbial fireworks display. It wasn't exactly a great touch on Christopher, but there was a player back in net. It was Kami, and they were simply too slow to react to the shot opportunity that C. Petty was presented with. It was a nice shot. It was well placed. It was a lot of power behind it, but Kami was in the right area to try and make a little bit more of that save opportunity for himself. How about this? A flick onto the crossbar. Sith deals with it really well. Can you believe it's only half-time, Ernie? 3-1, Ottawa back, at least looking a little bit more competitive than last time out.
Yes, 3-1. This game definitely more even. CG chip shot again. Crossbars right there. really almost, I want to say a 4v3 in favor of Ottawa with that crossbar. But again, Illinois State is continuing to pepper the backboard, and for Ottawa, they've done a good job defending the backboard. Whereas I feel like the couple of goals from Ottawa have just been from peppering the Illinois backboard.
Yeah, and backboards, I mean, it's the first place that you do tend to go as a player, especially at this particular level. Of course, champions, it kind of says it in the title, champs, grand champs. This is the level which we're expecting a few more mistakes than perhaps your CRL level players, and it's about trying to find the consistency through the mistakes. Illinois doing that a lot better than Ottawa Black, particularly in the midfield and in the final third. They're creating so many great opportunities. They've locked down possession a lot of the times. Ottawa Black giving it away a few too many times, and with lovely interpassing plays like this, again, it's another shot opportunity. Nothing comes of it this time, but it's threatening enough to work that Ottawa Black defense.
Yes, it's threatening. It's what I like to call it has teeth, where the shot is dangerous potentially. But for Ottawa, it's, for me, again, their spacing has just kind of been questionable, where it feels like they should have someone on the ball, but they're just sitting at the midfield.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Okay, that was a little scary. Is that technically an own goal?
I mean, no, it's put home by Kami. C. Petty's going to be wondering how what seemed like such an innocuous, it's an innocuous pinch. He goes back towards his own half. Okay, there are two other players there. Surely they're going to deal with it. And they don't? That is eyebrow raising. And Ottawa Black once again find themselves within one goal, but make that 2 goals, sadly, because Sith picking this one up from the midfield line. CG, adventurous, but Christopher, not fast enough. You can already see him turning away there. Should have been jumping way earlier to get a piece of the ball. Doesn't happen. And Sith, again, he loves these long downtown shots. As long as he gets it on target, almost a guaranteed goal.
I mean, for Sith, it really just shows that he's a heads-up player, so to speak. Always looking at the net, seeing where he can put a quick shot on. And already numerous times already this series he's been able to burn Ottawa. Sith off the ceiling. See a double commit in front of the net for Ottawa. See Petty can get something going. Kami's right there. Shot just going to get touched away to the side. Final 15 here. Illinois State trying to get one more, but Ottawa looks to turn the script, try to get a little bit of momentum going into game 3. As Ottawa will have their backs against the wall. Going into the third frame here as Illinois State takes this one.
Same scoreline, a different way of getting there. I think I will definitely stand by my analysis. Ottawa Black looked better. And you can see that immediately from how the shots are diminished from 20 to 14. Okay, that's still a good day at the office for Illinois State. They were bound to get, again, at least maybe 2-3 goals guaranteed from those shot opportunities. However, it does show a line of progression. It does show a line of, working their way into the series, Ottawa Black. Now comes the real litmus test. You're in game number 3. As you said, up against the ropes. They got to reverse sweep their opponents if they want to take the win of the series. That feels like a little bit too far a shot for me, but it's not to say that they can't continue to improve. I think at least forcing an overtime, maybe picking up 1 game win, that'll be a job well done for Ottawa Black from this time.
Yes, because last week with Ottawa, they were swept by Columbia College, so they're looking to at least get a game win here.
Oh!
But CG gets robbed by the crossbar. As what could have been an absolute highlight reel gets sent to the wayside. CG again can't get there. Illinois State, they're being more patient with the ball. Scythe is trying to force this one through the near post, but can't get anything going. And Relic, you mentioned Ottawa, they're getting a little bit better and a little bit better with each passing game as their urgency gets higher and higher, but you got to wonder why they haven't upped the urgency right out of the gate that I feel like Illinois had.
Well, yeah. I think, again, given that we've seen them be a little bit lax on defense as well, it does help to at least not concede within the first minute. I think that's part of them building up their confidence within the microcosm of a game. I agree with you. Once you do get into the 5-minute period, once you're like 1-2 minutes in, then's the time to step up. But small baby steps for Ottawa Black. That's been the story of their season. It's been the story of this series, and all CPT so close to finding an errant touch that could have found its way into the back of the net. Not on this occasion, and Ottawa Black survive once again.
Ottawa, they're going to hold the zone. Kami going to force out a double commit.
Oh,
Initial shot just not on target. Clean up, Spire fans on it. And the big thing I want to see out of Ottawa is just keep Illinois off the board. Because like you said, that's going to build their confidence. The longer they can keep Illinois State off or out of the back of the net. See, Petty, double attempt, just can't connect. CG's touch going to get sent to the corner. But again, the control that Illinois State has in their offensive zone is near immaculate.
oh, but they're still a little bit dodgy in their own third. Oh, excuse me. And oh, excuse me, another good shot coming through from Ottawa Black. Illinois State, an eerie calm from all three of these players. They are allowing Ottawa Black to have a lot more of the ball than the last two games. Perhaps we should credit Ottawa Black for holding on to the ball a lot better as well. Halftime comes and goes. Still 0-0. And if Ottawa Black can find a breakthrough, if they can find a go-ahead goal, this series has a different complexion.
And for Illinois State, dare we say they've kind of taken their foot off the gas, getting a little too comfortable. And that's allowed Ottawa Black a little bit of breathing room to get back within this one, flex their muscles a little bit. As we're just about 3 minutes gone here in Game 3, yet to find opening goal. But I really like what I've seen out of Ottawa here so far. We'll have to see if they can A, take the lead, and B, hold on to it.
I do see that we do have a car change with Kami heading onto the Octane. It was previously on the Fennec, which technically they shared the same hitbox, but there is always the placebo effect. Sometimes they enjoy changing cars, just it has a different vibe, a different feel, and hey, the vibe is working. They are passing the check, so to speak. 90 seconds left, still no goal. The Illinois State, the longer that this goes on and the longer the Ottawa Black don't find a goal, the more that you still would favor the blue team. Definitely a shadow of their former selves from the series thus far, but they still have the tools at their disposal, and with a demo like that, it could open things up.
Could open things up. Yeah, cheat touch there from Christopher. Missed the flick. Back pass, C. Petty's right there. He'll chase it. Get it ripped away. CG has time, space, off the backboard, down, nothing doing. And then the final minute of the play, we see Ottawa heading towards the other way. Pass can get intercepted by Scythe, can't beat out the last man. Ottawa Black holding on to possession, which is key, but they're yet to get a solid shot on net.
Oh, watch out, here comes Sith. I mean, again, they look so dangerous every time they move up the pitch, and that's an opportunity! What did I say? You give them the time to work, and boy, will they work it! Infield, look at CG here. Great read. Beautiful placement as well. Top pocket, clean as you like. Only 34 seconds to find a goal to even force overtime. It's a tragedy in waiting early for Ottawa Black.
And for CG, he was left uncontested, and a player with his capabilities at that point, he's just in free play. He's going to bury that one 99 times out of 100. And now for Ottawa Black, they're going to be forced to go the full length of the pitch here, coast to coast. He does it again, tucks it right underneath the crossbar. Top shelf, ladies and gentlemen.
CG, beautiful, beautiful flip reset. And notice how he just wastes ever so slightly before that flick. Any earlier, that's going to hit the crossbar, out it goes. Slips it beautifully, cleanly underneath, and I'm afraid that is all she wrote for Ottawa Black.
All she wrote, that is the nail in the coffin. Whatever you want to say, Illinois State has come in and put on a masterclass to sweep Ottawa Black.
It's a wonderful performance all round. Obviously, we can talk about that Game 3 in a little more detail, say how Illinois State was honestly on the back foot for about
Yes.
half of that total game. I think Ottawa Black could be really disappointed with this particular 5-minute period, given that they had the better chances. I would wager that they had more shots on target in that first 2.5 minutes than their opponents. A real flip at the table, but where the great teams are able to rise from these sorts of situations and begin something resembling a reverse sweep. Unfortunately for Ottawa Black, they didn't have that clinical edge. They didn't have that final piece of the puzzle to put a goal away and ask more of their opponents to break out from their defense and potentially open more passing lanes, more shooting lanes to punish them even further. You can't really say anything bad about Illinois State. They played their best, perhaps a little bit complacent in the first 2.5 minutes, but Ernie, they had 2.5 minutes to get back into the game and go ahead and win the series, and that's really all the series will be remembered for.
From what I saw, Illinois State, they didn't have to play a full 5 minutes to win the game, whereas with
Yeah.
Ottawa Black, I feel like they had to play a full 5 minutes just to scratch and claw, just to be tied with Illinois State. And in the 3 games we saw from Ottawa, they were just unable to do so in all 3 fashions.
Right. Unfortunate then for Ottawa Black, they dropped to potentially 0-3 in the season. For Illinois State, they're heading the other way, 3-0. On top of a 3-0 victory here tonight. But we've still got many more matches on the way as well. Thank you very much to Tony Ernie for joining us. We bid you adieu. Hope you enjoyed your time with us. The wonderful Galgan joining us after the break, where the Uni Panther Esports Gold team will be taking on the Lincoln Land Loggers in Challengers Midwest. We'll see you then after this. Welcome back, friends. You saw that hour ticker and you're like, oh no, cancellation. No cancellation here. Welcome back to the NECC Relic, this time joined by the lovely Galgan. And we've got ourselves 2 matches together, my friend. The first of which sees us dipping into the Challengers Midwest.
Taking a trip to the Midwest, indeed. I mean, not to peel back the curtain for these teams, but with all of the universities, their various state-led titles usually, how could you forget a name such as the Lincoln Land Loggers, a fantastic team, I'm sure, but their opponents, of course, for this specific matchup, the University of Northern Iowa Panther Esports Gold, the first roster to take a look at for this matchup. We have Tonken, TJ, and Frank, taking to the pitch. 2 freshmen, 1 junior, and surely going to try and make a bit of a show here in this match, yet to pick up a game. Maybe they do so against these Lincoln Land Loggers.
Yeah, Enron Light, Ace, and Nuwom maybe. Or sorry, Nuwom maybe. Neo maybe. He's called Neo apparently, by the way, so don't mind me. I'm just having a bit of trolling for the sake of trolling. Lincoln Land Loggers, LLL. That is almost identical to the record that the Panther Esports Gold team hold at the moment. 0 and 2. Is it going to be LLL by the end of this series? We'll have to wait and see. It doesn't look good for the Panthers, by the way, in terms of those games and series in particular. 0-3 against Firebird Gaming Red. 0-3 against Blue Gold Blue. Not to say that the Lincoln Land Loggers haven't had some trouble along the way either. They're currently sitting at 1-1. Lost their first series against Redbird White. 2-3, going all the way to Game 5, of course. Sweet. That's a Ronaldo reference. Black. They were able to take them down 3-1, so not able to keep a clean sheet within the space of a series, but getting the job done at least once and by 2 games as well.
And I have to say, I think for the Panthers, this is a series where they will look to take at least 1 game, obviously, you know, to get off of the hill that they're sitting on right now. But yeah, in a more realistic sense of the word, right, this is a series that they should contend with a bit better. Those teams that they have lost to are both 2-0 at this point, Firebird Gaming Red and Blue Gold Blue. So something to be said about their efforts to get off the starting blocks this season. For the UNI Panthers, the same cannot be said just yet, but looking to change their fate here in this best of 5.
Oh, imagine the Northern Iowa Panthers. They're the gold team, but they're not in the gold. But they have scored first. No, they haven't. It's the Lincoln Land Loggers. Never mind me. Look, it would be so much easier, everyone, if the gold team was in gold colors. Never mind. Lincoln Land Loggers 1-0. What a shame.
Exactly. Not in the gold color, but still shooting for gold and not quite finding it early on. Lincoln Land will grab the first. It's an early one, to be sure. We can sing the same tired song and tune about how this series still has a long way to go. It's a marathon, not a sprint, but the Panthers are not off to the jump start that they may have wanted, and Lincoln Land certainly are not going to give them any bit more time, because an unfortunate miss off the back wall means the second for Lincoln Land.
Oh, absolutely hate to see it. The crossbar, unfortunately, in the way of Tonken. That's real sad because he read the ball really well. Just unfortunate there was a physical object on the way to ultimately hitting the ball. Lincoln Land Loggers with a 2-0 lead, and it has seemed a little bit too easy for them at times. Oh, what a miss from Frank. Put away by TJ through the corner. Here's Light, that's on target. Up and away by Frank. Back into the center through Light. Here's Niwo. Nope. And back they go. Lincoln Land Loggers to start from square one.
Those pesky barriers. They knew what they were doing, putting posts around the goal. If the entire back wall was a scoring zone, I mean, I'm sure we'd probably have a much higher scoring series, but the Panthers can't really stand by their abilities to take things away defensively from that back line. Gonna have to clean things up. It is only 90 seconds through. Frank has a good look here for the Panthers to open things up. Bit of an unfortunate touch as well. Makes Lincoln Land stutter a bit defensively for what seemingly is the first time this series, and still having yet to get this clear out. But I think the key issue here that I'm sure you're seeing as well, Relic, is Lincoln Land are able to flail at a moment's notice at this ball with very little opposition in the middle of the field.
Yeah, it's a bit of a standing and staring contest if you're the Uni Panthers. I'd like to see them try to go for the ball. Like this, for example, you've won a challenge, but sadly goes right back down the other way. Oh, it's heartbreaking. Neo with some brutal accuracy, but it all starts here with the very, very red dominus of Light. Route 1 Rocket League. Worksman-like, not pretty, call it what you like. It's extended their lead to 3-0, and we haven't even hit 2.5 minutes yet.
And the gates are starting to open with force right now. This is not Lincoln Land, you know, taking some happy opportunities that fall their way. The touches that go down the length of the field have power and pace behind them. You can see New O is attempting to set up a similar play for Lincoln Land to grab their fourth. They will not let up on this pressure that they are exerting throughout the entire game. Another one heads towards a fairly open net. And now this is starting to turn into quite the landslide.
Strap in, folks. It might be a long one. You can see there, TJ actually. Light wasn't going for the ball. I mean, yes, he was obviously looking towards the ball, looking to tap it in if there was a late save, but he was also zoning out TJ. So it was actually a doubly intelligent run, knocking out two birds with one stone in one single maneuver. The first port of call here for the Panthers, Galgan, is stop. Stop the goals from going into the back of the net, and then maybe try and find some possession in the midfield, because as it stands, we're hardly seeing any game time for the blue team in the yellow half.
It is a struggle to get them over this line, but you're exactly right. It starts from the back, and you move things forward progressively as you get more confidence. So the Panthers have those steps to complete in order to keep themselves moving. But in the wise words of Treasury, I'm feeling very loggers-hoggers right now if I'm Lincoln Land, because they seemingly have done no wrong. Control has been shown through every single angle. You can see defensively there, quick handling of the play. They've already moved it out of that center shooting lane. They don't really have too much to worry about.
Well, in the famed words of Twitch chat, what? And you know, that was actually not a bad effort either from the Uni Panthers. At the very least, we're starting to see some shots on target. Oh, what a save. I mean, the shot was right at him, but it's a save. It's a start. And we've got to credit the Uni Panthers. It's a brutal opening to their series here. And given the opening to their season overall, you'd understand if their heads were down, but no, heads are high, slowly building their way into the game. Would not be surprised if they could find a goal. Is it going to come through here? Oh, no, defended at the near post.
Good effort, though, from Frank, and you'll love to see it from the Panthers. Like you said, dying moments of the game. It may be lost at this moment, but that doesn't mean they can't fight for a bit of a consolation prize. And they have shown up defensively in situations. We've called for them to do it all game long, and while it may not have been present for all of the 4.5 minutes that we played thus far, the Panthers have certainly shown that they have the ability to stop some of Lincoln Land's more prolific efforts. But New O launches this one top corner, and there aren't very many players who are going to save a shot like that.
Now you can see Tonkin there, the closest to the developing situation, and you got to roll the dice there. You've got to pre-read that the shot is going to be there, because you're the last defender. It makes sense for the attacking player to have a shot, so jumping higher would have meant that that challenge was at least made, as opposed to what happened, which was it wasn't made, and it was a free shot, and it did turn into a goal. It's lessons that need to be learned by the Uni Panthers goal team, and hopefully in the next minute in between games they will have talked to each other, figured out what went wrong, and realized that they did have some positive moments. It was just the first half to forget. And if they do play like how they have in the second half, Galgan, going into game 2, that 5-0 scoreline will be significantly reduced.
Could not agree more. For the 5-0 scoreline, it's only worth one game at the end of the day, and the Panthers have, well, not all the time. They have a minute and change to come up with some solutions here in the break before game number 2. It is looking very good for Lincoln Land, however. I mean, there are only so many praises that we can sing, but I feel like we should give them their due diligence in credit, because the passing plays are there. It's not necessarily Lincoln Land walking away with extremely open opportunities. While they do carve those out for themselves, it starts with the play creation before the ball has even gotten into the zone of the Panthers. And that's what I really like to see from these stretch passes that start from the back of Lincoln Land zone and then immediately end up on target within, say, 3 seconds.
You know, I realize that we're in the Midwest, but I feel like we've got to jump down south to say, boy, howdy, did you have a look at that conversion rate? 5 goals from 9 shots on target. Now, listen, that's excellent. What's even better is scoring right off the rip. Shelve my point for a second, because off the kickoff, Nuwo completely flubs it. Ace left in no man's land. Light's thinking, hold on a second, what's happening here? And Frank scores.
Excelling in the Uni Panthers goal, any percent speed run there. 2 seconds. One of the faster openings I've seen. And hey, listen, it's a way to get yourself off the rip here, try and establish that advantage, and force Lincoln Land to play from a deficit which they may not have been expecting to hit thus far. But this is where you've got to take that initial drive and milk it for all that it's worth, as a nice little delaying touch is sent away from the sidewall for the Panthers. Bit of a difficulty to clear things out, but they've immediately put pressure back on.
Okay, and to be fair, I was going to bring my point back up again, but there's another opportunity as Light completely flubs it. I hope he was called off, knowing that there was another teammate there to bail him out, but Lincoln Land Loggers all of a sudden looking a little bit asunder. And this is where I am going to bring my point back in, Galgan, because the fact remains that there were only 9 shots on target for the Lincoln Land Loggers. There's the first one properly off the woodwork it goes. For me, the Uni Panthers, their worst nightmare was they weren't able to save the shots. If you put up saves, if you're in the right position, then the shots which are on target aren't going to be as threatening as what that scoreline suggested. I think that this series actually is a lot closer than that first scoreline suggests. Put my teeth back in, and I think that this is a fair reflection with the Panthers taking an early lead.
I agree as well, because with, you know, again, the 5-to-9 conversion ratio, it is a great thing to see, but it is worth noting, you're right on it, that the Panthers, you know, keeping single digits for the shot total against them, and if they do show up with a bigger defensive presence than they did in the previous game, you would back the scoreline to be much closer. That's most certainly the byproduct of why we've got such a close early game here in game number 2. But I also start to worry now as we get further into the neutral game. There have been looks for the Panthers, but now, again, we're getting back into situations where Lincoln Land are waiting for the Panthers to play the ball right into their hands. We need to get another goal quickly here for the Panthers to start convincing them.
Yeah, the important thing to consider from that other game as well is that there were only 3 shots on target for the Panther Gold, and it's why this 1-0 lead, that goal straight off the rip, that's why it's so important, especially as that was a threatening opportunity that Lincoln Land Loggers really didn't put away. They should have punished the Uni Panthers a lot better than that. It's only half time. It's still a tight affair. I think the Panthers' Gold game plan from here on out is to focus on that defense first. If they can hold the 1-0 lead, that's the first win in the series in their pockets. That said, you got a lovely pinch opportunity off the floor, and Ace, who was super quiet in game number 1, aces this effort.
The Lincoln Land players continue to find that accuracy. Again, shots that you can't really hope and pray hard enough to be able to save unless you're in the exact right spot at the exact right time. And credit where credit is due, the Panthers able to keep that clean sheet for as long as they did, but we're back to the neutral state, and this is where the difference needs to be made to try and bring yourself back into the series. Lincoln Land going up 2 games in this one feels like a far cry from the Panthers taking their first win of the season.
Don't you love it when you introduce a point as a commentator and then that point is immediately thrown out the window? No more Mr. Defense, no more Mr. Nice Guy from the Uni Panthers. If they want to win this game, they've now got to score another, and it's got to be from open play in theory. If it's not from open play, then it suggests that the Lincoln Land Loggers have indeed scored another. Double commit here between Frank and Tonkin. Tonkin going all the way back. Light, a rare miss here, although it was a difficult shot to try and find. Misses out on the 100 boost as well, but the Uni Panthers are tripping over each other. Hardly any communication. Nuwo goes for the top pocket, sinks it 2-1.
It is too strong with these shots. Nuwo had the spot picked before the touch on the second opportunity was even sent through, and all you can do, again, hope and pray on that goal line. The Panthers, like you said, cannot afford to sit back and rest on their laurels, think that this win will be hand-delivered to them on a silver platter. The food will spoil if they let it linger for too long. They've still just got under 90 seconds to find an equalizer now after grabbing the lead so early on.
once again, architects of their own downfall, however. How many times were we saying, oh, that's a double commit, or oh, they've tripped over each other? Time and time again, and that was outstandingly almost an own goal, saved by one of the Lincoln Landloggers. I've never seen quite a kerfuffle in all of my existence as a Rocket League commentator, but hey, you can learn or watch something new every day, and what the Panthers need to learn now is how to score that second goal. Oh, everyone misses! No one willing to touch the ball, 45 seconds left.
Everyone misses, but that also looked like it could have been
No way!
goal, but no, there's two Panthers that are oh so close to scoring. Neither connect. They've still got the ball deep in the zone. All hope is not lost. TJ has to make a quick turn for this and wins the challenge convincingly. That'll fall right to another player who sends it wide, but nobody's in the box to touch it home. And another stretch pass sees Lincoln Land back out of the zone.
At the moment, the Panthers are all meow, no bite. They simply can't find a way through. But the worst thing is that the door has been left open. It's been left ajar. There's a light running through the seams, the cracks, and yet they're not walking towards it. They stand, they stare, they're blinded. 3-1 Lincoln Landloggers.
They get the security they oh so desperately needed, at least it felt like in the early stages of this game. But again, this sort of magnetic pull for the Lincoln Landloggers into the upper zone of the net is what makes every single shot they take, while it may not be a high volume of shots per game, certainly threatening every single time. And that's a lesson that the UNI Panthers are learning very quickly here, as they now drop the second game of the series and require 3 wins in a row.
Algan. They had their chances. They had their chances. Okay, they only had 3 shots on target, all through Frank. They could have scored 3. They should have had more shots on target because people missed the ball. I'm sorry, but this is why you're already 0-2 in the season. You've got to hit the ball, and maybe luck will fall in your way, or maybe the chance will be so obvious that you're going to convert it. I think the Lincoln Landloggers, sorry, I love you guys, I think you got away with that one.
There's a good argument, I think, for both sides. When I think specifically about Game 2, though, yes, there were opportunities for the UNI Panthers to pounce on, and for all intents and purposes, they did not. However, I don't want them to fall into a mindset where they're playing so scared that they won't jump for something like that, because, like I have said over the course of this series, the Lincoln Landloggers are excelling at clearing the ball with pace on a stretch pass out of their zone. And if you're the Panthers, to counteract that, you have to be ready to defend at a moment's notice. So it could be that small bit of hesitant play, although again, another chance early for the Panthers. They don't find the shot, and they might as well pay for it.
Did you see how mighty that solo effort was from TJ, by the way? That was incredible. What a setup. And not put away. Tonkin, sadly, completely misreading the trajectory. And here we can see once again, Uni Panthers fumbling the ball, lacking the contained possession to give them midfield dominance. To be fair, that's a miss off the back ball for the Lincoln Landloggers. Niwo requiring Light to put up a challenge here. Tonkin, though, immediately turns away. They are continuing to play in fear, maybe a bit too much respect of the Lincoln Landloggers. The Lincoln Landloggers, to be fair, they are lodging in their opposition's half a lot of the time. But hey, first minute comes and goes. Still 0-0. But we still have yet to see the Panthers scoring from open play, and that is worrying.
Oh, and what's even more worrying is the space that's given to the Lincoln Landloggers players on these offensive pushes again. Like, this theme was so present in game number 1, and it's what led to the absolute rout that we saw to kick off this series. But for the Panthers, high proactive cutoffs is what's going to get them the lead. Frank picks it clean.
The Atom Isa goal explosion. All it takes is one, and it's a drop. Catches the entire defense off guard. Sometimes you'll take those, sometimes you'll wish you had those. The Uni Panthers definitely sitting in the first of those cabs, but they can't concede off the kickoff. Great reactions from Frank, helped out by Tonkin. Can TJ get the clearance? Oh, Light was I think perhaps showing a little bit too much respect to TJ and his ability to get that particular clearance. A demo straight towards net, double commit, still dangerous here. Lincoln Land Logger set up again. Nuo gets it past one. Oh, Frank, my goodness, I thought it was too slow. Lifts it off the backboard, back into the center via Ace. Tonkin doesn't miss. He gets the ball. It's a drop down light stuffed here in the corner. Falls kindly for Ace. Shot on target, punted away. Uni Panthers surviving, and I use that word very liberally. That's off the crossbar, and in finally, Light with the sword.
Scrapping together a semblance of defending, and it looked solid for the time being, but it was bound to crack eventually, and finally it does. Light drives through. Everybody's got their eyes somewhere different for the Panthers, and nobody's really tracking Light coming into the box in that specific scenario, so it's a situation where you know the goal is going to be scored. It's only a matter of time. Well on by the Panthers to delay the inevitable, but Frank, what a challenge here, and the Panthers will not go quietly into the night.
And look, the proverbial monkey is off the back. They have managed to score a goal from open play. They can absolutely do it. Now they've got to do it again. Oh, and again, never mind me. Light with a fortuitous drop off the backboard. Finds that second touch, gets the second goal for the Lincoln Land Loggers. They are minutes away now from a 3-0 sweep.
They create this space for themselves effortlessly, and Light, fantastic double, I might add. Very difficult position to get to, but it's also kind of fun to watch. Not too often that you see very confident Dominus players, but I feel like whenever you do catch them out in the wild, they back their own mechanics above anything else, and it's Light to try and do it again. It's a pass out to Nuo, has the top corner picked out, but what a save again by Frank, who has shown up defensively in a huge way this game.
I'll have you know, Galgan, that I am a very confident Dominus player. I'm just not very good. There is a difference, okay. Don't throw us all underneath the same blanket. And don't throw Uni Panther in front of the bus just yet. There is still time, not just to score again, but then to park the proverbial multi-customer vehicle. As Frank, sadly, that's going a little bit too wide, and that was into no man's land, really. That said, Ace not able to read this ball. Ping-pongs off the backboard. Here it is again via Nuo. TJ waiting, gets a challenge, gets a touch. It continues forward via Light. Tompkin and TJ waiting. Light gets a piece of it. Is there a follow-up shot? TJ throws it to the side. Oh, that's on target. Oh, they're floundering, but like a fish, like a salmon out from the river, there's TJ.
And it's a quick break, but they don't get anything going. Too committed. It's a fairly open out on the other side, but Tonkin is able to get the save away against the run of it. Here goes Ace to put it back through the opposite corner. Light does not get the shot off. Now it's time for Nuo to try and make the show-stopping goal sink, but not to be just yet. 60 seconds closing in. That final mark. Quick shot here from Tonkin, and the Panthers everything to do to find this equalizer, but they've got to keep their nerves about them.
50 seconds left. Frank, who has certainly looked like he's got a new lease of life about him, has to rush back because Tompkin is, well, I mean, that's a long way to get to the back pass, but the back pass is eventually found through TJ. Frank once again going forward, looking for the bump, misses both Ace and Light. Tompkin, that's on target. Oh, it was helped by a great strafing run by TJ, but sadly the initial shot was not on target in the end. Hits the post. 30 seconds left.
Everyone crashing the target, but not finding the goal. Difficult spot for Frank. Has to turn back. Dodges the ball, but unfortunately dodges the ball in the process, and Ace potentially with the final goal of the series.
Frank. Oh, Frank. Expecting the lift. He just drives right underneath him. And sadly, when you give your opponent that opportunity, it's always safe to stay on the ground. You can go up in the air, you can be a fanciful ballerina, you can dance with your mechanics, but it doesn't matter if you can keep it close to your chest. And the Uni Panthers, I'm afraid that this is a dagger into the chest. It's a 3-0 sweep. It's a convincing 3-0 sweep. They did get better as the series went on, Galgan, but not good enough. Say Levy.
And this is one that is going to sting immensely for you and I and this Panthers Esports Gold roster. The Lincoln Land Loggers, however, to recite the meme because it's a funny meme and I want to say it again while we still have them here, are feeling very Loggers Poggers today. But for the Panthers, I think the main takeaway from a series like this is the resolve that they had to keep games 2 and 3 close, because if they're coming into this series with a 0-6 game differential, they walk into game 1 and they get completely slapped for lack of a better term. That can be incredibly demoralizing. I have not been in the same position, but I've been in similar ones, I guess, in ranked play, to know what that sort of defeat feels like. To be able to fight back, find opportunities from open play, off of kickoffs, what have you, and keep that a closer sweep than it could have been based off the game one indications. That's something positive to take away from this Panthers loss.
Well, the Loggers have turned the Panthers to sawdust, but we do have another match up on the horizon where it's a clean slate for both teams. Florida International University, Lees McRae representing Challengers Southeast. We will delve into the stats, we'll delve into the gameplay. It's coming up then after this. Sometimes things are worth waiting for in our final match of the day, at least for this segment of the NECC. We had to do a little bit of readjusting. Our original matchup, slightly not happening, only slightly. But instead, are they a glutton for punishment, or is it the older brother come to try and get revenge for the little one? Uni Panther Esports at it again, Galgan.
They are at it again, the purple iteration this time, and unfortunately we won't be able to fulfill that color desire this time as we may have been able to with the gold side, but it is going to be the purple Panther roster here for you and I. We have AJ, Koi, and Coin taking to the pitch here. Two seniors in MIS as their major, going up against, of course, this ISU Redbird Black JV2 roster. Bit of a mouthful, but at the end of the day, Relic, it is ISU versus UNI, both schools' second appearances tonight on the mainstream in just 3 matches.
Bit of a scuffed record for both as well, though. Panther Esports Purple coming in with a 2-0 record, but one of those wins by virtue of forfeit. The other win by virtue of a Game 5. Struggle bus all the way. Meanwhile, Redbird Black, bit of a mystery. Another non-reported score. They currently sit in 0-1. That's the official word on the street. That said, they lost to the Boo. No, not the girlfriend. UAH Boo. That was a 3-0 sweep. And unfortunately, the other team that came in with a similar sort of record didn't do so hot. Also, you're going to be disappointed to learn that it's not Coin, it's Colin.
Those tricky capital I's and lowercase L's will always get me. I apologize, Colin. But hopefully, to make up for it, we'll have some absolute bangers. I mean, clearly, with all of the, seemingly unreported results and unplayed series, if we do take them at face value, that means this one's going to overtime every single game. We get a 5-game series, go the distance between these two schools in an absolute banger that lasts 90 minutes, and nobody can stop scoring. Obviously, that's a far cry, I think, from what we're about to see, but the players obviously will know better than we will.
Look, the selfish no-do-gooder in me is like, oh, give me another sweep. I've actually got an article to write after this. I got more work. It's already 1 a.m. in the morning, my friends. The inner Rocket League commentator in me is saying, please give us not a sweep. Anything but a sweep. That would be nice. It's been Sweep City all the way. We're finally taking the train out of town. Well, Uni Purple in the blue. Close enough, we'll say. Redbird in the yellow. Close enough, we will say. Redbird Black. I'm just going to take the red. Don't mind me. Similar sort of spacing on the color circle, am I right in saying?
That makes sense. Yeah, the color wheel, you're close enough in proximity. And AJ, close enough to count for the first goal here. We'll take another look at this opportunity as it is Colin who will center that one across all the way. And AJ digs for it for what it's worth, sends it right back where it came from. Top corner for good measure. And UNI with a good start here.
Yes, indeed. AJ, not that one. Also, not that one. Also, great to see Endpoint represented here in NA for possibly the first time ever. Gotta say, clean livery. Not quite partial to a Sonics decal myself, however. Here's Uni Purple moving forward. Available in the Rocket League esports store, by the way. Oh, they're going to love me. Cole through the corner, runs out of boost. Oh, what a dunk! And AJ wasn't expecting that dunk to be as good as it was. Probably wasn't even expecting the dunk at all. Had to readjust, couldn't do it in time. Redbird Black still haven't closed their lines. Here's Cole, also not that one. Where's Stumpy?
Plenty to play with. Oh, good question. Around the expectations here for Redbird Black. They've been a bit staggered to move things forward, but finally getting a bit of a piece of that offensive zone. Big clear, should have plenty of time. Have to be patient about a certain situation like this because you and I are happy to dispossess and walk things back the other way, but Cole takes to the skies. A little bit awkward, sort of teeing that one up. Little takes the advantage. Second touch. It's in the center. Where's the shooter? They haven't found the ball.
I was looking at AJ Witt missing that, whiffing that. I'm like, oh no. And then the attacker misses the ball as well. Oh, I love the Challengers Division, you pesky rascals. Not able to string together basics. What on earth was that? AJ Witt, shut up, Mr. Commentator.
They heard you. In the future, not able to string together anything? Well, that's as tightly drawn of a string as I think you could draw up in a situation like that.
My words. That was excellent. To be fair, Redbird Black are probably going to be disappointed. There were 3 players all within the same postcode. Uni Purple knocked on the correct door, found the way through. Turns out somebody had left it unlocked. Here's Cole now. Leaves it to Colin. Great call off. Top of the box. Oh, look at the straight shot down. Not a great angle, however, to work with. Good attempt either way. AJ Witt. Flip reset achieved. Oh, brilliant. So much patience. How about this?
AJ's been putting on a mechanical masterclass, but your analogy fits very well here. It feels like you and I living rent-free in the foyer right now of this home that Redbird Black have attempted to build for themselves, but the door wide open at this point, and still 3 minutes to play. Plenty of time to change things up for Redbird Black, but it doesn't really feel like we're getting there off of early inclinations. This big clear just wide for horrible measure.
Yeah, if it's not rent-free, then unfortunately the Redbird accommodation is most certainly cheap, as AJ Witt waits in lieu on the backboard. Up goes Colin. Divine, able to get a piece of it. Heads to the midway line. Nice second touch here from Little, moving forward. Not able to get past Cole. Nice readjustment, and has enough time. Oh, was dunked. Colin lifts it higher. And there is Cole waiting for it. Infield pass to AJ Witt. That's not going to be on target. In fact, that's going to hit the post. The fact that it went all the way through to even hit the post, though, perhaps a surprise.
And that's just the power that AJ's had on so many of these touches right now. Cole attempting to set up yet again. AJ's always been that force. Redbird Black, couple of opportunities they've seen go right through their fingers, or wings if you would have it, but they are oh so close to finding things, just a bit too slow on the draw, as Colin over the top in the middle of the field gets a fourth.
Yeah, bang bang out here in the Wild West. There is no time for mercy, and Colin picks the pocket of two. Little on the far side of the pitch, probably with a lot of questions to ask. He's not going to find many answers apart from sorry, go again. LFG, Uni Purple most certainly having a good game of it though. 4-0, still the lion's share of 2 minutes left to run in this affair. And Redbird Black have had maybe one good opportunity to score. That's it, Galgan. Worrying.
And we saw this story play out in the previous series, right? Granted, it was the UNI roster on the receiving end of things rather than the giving. Couple of touches, needing a bit more give to find their way over the goal line here, but it's still UNI with a dominant posture that does not seem to break at any given time soon. With 80 seconds to play in regulation, Redbird Black, it's looking difficult to formulate a regain here. It definitely, again, sounds similar to the song and tune we sang last series, where you've got to think about it in the minute break to come. Going into game number 2, what will you do differently to try and buck the trend here? Because you and I seemingly doing nothing wrong.
Okay, so this is a relatively half-hearted clearance from Redbird Black. They've got to do something stronger, especially when Cole given free real estate, and there's a shot bunched away by 3 players. The solo standard special coming through. Here's another shot. Dubai completely misses that one. Little again. Desperation, desperado away to the side, but not outwards, not forward thinking. This Redbird roster flapping at the chances, flapping at the clearances, flapping at the chance to get back into this game in the first place. Finally, they get to the other side of the pitch, but there's no spike to it.
And the issue clearly rests there for Redbird Black. They need somebody to have the confidence on the ball moving it out of the zone, because everybody wants to take their turn, but albeit they go at the same time, get in each other's way. Like you say, that solo standard experience not going to cut it in this particular challenger's lobby. It will be you and I most likely preserving the clean sheet, barring that own goal that is saved away as AJ attempts to play this ball down. Send it up one last time from Little. It's right in the center, but that's a shot you have got to hit, and surely kicking yourself going into game 2, thinking that you could have had the first.
That's a solid yikes there, folks. A golden opportunity to get one on the board, and they don't take it. Look at that shot counter. 11 for Uni Purple. Solid performance. A poultry 2. Yes, poultry is indeed another way that you could say chicken. Don't worry, the bird puns are going to keep on coming. Sadly, there's not many puns that I can deliver that will do that scoreline any more justice than it is. One team played very well. One team did not. Analysis complete.
There you go. Simple as that. We can only hope that both Redbird Black and your continuation of the puns eventually take flight into something greater as this series goes on, because I sure am waiting for both of those to happen. But on the other side of the Panthers, what's not to like about what they brought to the pitch there in game number 1? AJ specifically with a very prolific scoring effort there to start things off, but it does feel like there's a nice hint of team synergy here. Cole and Colin having the similar starting their name with C thread running between them, but also some terrific passes in the middle of the field. That's oftentimes what these teams need to bring themselves over the line, are players that always feel confident to find each other no matter where they are on the field, and this Purple Panther roster gives me very heavy inclinations of that here in game 1.
Indeed, Panthers versus Redbirds. It really does feel like a cat amongst pigeons. Just feels like one of these teams is a predator, the other set to be prey. Obviously, Redbird Black, they're going to feel a lot better once they nestle a goal in the back of the net. That would be nice, wouldn't it? But they've got to get there first. And first of all, they've got to defend these. A great shot opportunity off woodwork. Redbird Black let off the hook. Divine backing up on the backboard. So little confidence in his mechanics to try and deal with that. Oh! Late save. Someone puts on the cape. I believe that was Little, who has looked like the strongest player of the three. He doesn't want to have to hyper carry this one just to try and give his team a chance.
At the same time, it's a new game in the series, and it doesn't look any different. It's only been 40 seconds, but it's you and I with overwhelming pressure. If we had that stat line of time spent in the opposing zone, surely you and I dominating heavily in that department. But here's a bit of a giveaway.
There
Nice
you go.
capitalization from Little, who you called out earlier, to find the first.
Never mind. Hyper carry he is. Get ready to head onto that ADC. A determinate competitor, let's say, Little, with a great shot, excellent placement, catching out the keeper, who is a little off the line. Redbird Black with an early lead.
It's always risky to go for those sidewall plays. You back you and I to move the ball efficiently, but one mistouch, and it's all the more important to see Little get up for a shot like that, which is what you love to see. Proactive play will always get you a step closer to success for Redbird Black, but again, it's you and I knocking on the door once more, close to a kickoff, might I add, but that pressure is still all too relevant right now. Redbird Black will do well by themselves to create more opportunities down on the other end and simply exist in this you and I purple zone for as long as possible.
Hello, NECC Pyro J, commentator over there. Great to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope y'all are enjoying yourselves. Got ourselves a series on our hands as Uni Purple still unable to break through a stubborn Redbird defense. Not, of course, that they haven't tried. They have most certainly threatened, and they move forward again here with purpose. That said, Little really has taken this series by the scruff of the neck. Great, intelligent demo. Divine tried to get a flick. Right idea, poor execution. But how about that? Poor execution, but immediately diverts into the next stage of the plan. Demolition job, explosive set off.
And
Floody with an open net.
And something feels a bit different this time around from the previous series. It's not necessarily you and I purple slapping around in game 1 and then sitting back, resting on their laurels. Redbird Black are creating these opportunities for themselves and limiting the amount of time that players like AJ have on the offensive end. It's a great sight to see, and still time on the clock to get things done. Wrap it up with a nice, neat little bow for the Redbird Black JV2 side, but they've certainly got as many feet in the door as they need to hold on to this lead for now.
Well, look, it's still winter. As I said, you want to feel comfy, and getting a first goal on the board is going to do that. Of course, Little is still doing a lot of the work, it feels like, but he is leading. I don't know whether there was a set captain for this team, but Little is standing up and making the difference, but they've still got to make the difference for another 2 minutes 20. Nice pinch. Here's the Lions and forces Cole all the way back here. Picks up that 100 over the top of one. Not going to get over the top of the second, however. Challenge follow-up. Here's Little. 3 read and a half. How about that, Floody? Whiffs the ball, but it's all time being burned off the clock here. 2 minutes to go.
Everyone's getting faster there. Missed jump, but you still applaud the effort. Colin, however, does not care much for it. Cole does not find the shot on the follow-through, and AJ's put out of position as well. Everybody's gone in one fell swoop, and Divine has made it 3.
And no godly intervention here, just good old-fashioned Rocket League. Little throws it into the center. He calls Divide onto it, says, hey, have a punt, have a shot. They're out of joint. They're out of town. Sweeps through the center into the high street. Quite frankly, it's a highway robbery here for Redbird Black. They've been under the cosh for the first 30 seconds. Unipurple looking great until they didn't. Infield pass, Cole forced into a late maneuver. Great readjustment there, a nice transition up to the other side of the pitch, a wonderful bump, but you've got to put it on target. What on earth is it, Scooby-Doo? Oh, no way!
What an opportunity on the counter. It's pure calamity and out of joint, out of town here for UNI, out of touch. Cannot find it on target. Meanwhile, on the other side, I mean, this is wild. It's a complete tone shift, right? Multi-goal clean sheet at this moment. Still time to play, but how often are we going to flip this back and forth? Are we going to get the true seesaw of the series, or will somebody step forward, put the hammer down, and say, this is where the buck stops?
Pancake Day was Tuesday, my friends. I thought we were done flipping for the week, but apparently not. Uni-Purple shell-shocked. We were talking about, I was almost comparing it to like the older brother, little brother. Well, the older brother's just had his teeth punched out here in game number 2. Another runaway ball, this time mercifully not a target, except it is! Colin doesn't react, and Divine, it's a mighty 5!
They've done so well by themselves to find these counters. It's everything you want from a team and more. You're up against 2 players right there, and you've stunned them just through your mere presence, Divine. It's a great goal to score on that counter, and the advantage continues to grow.
What is this series? Have you ever seen such a violent flip-flop in NECC history? I certainly can't recall any. I've been here for a split in a bit now. Here's a good demo. Colin shoots, again hits the woodwork. They just cannot hit the target to save their lives right now, Uni-Purple. And again, Redbird Black start to run away, lose possession, but defunding, it's so much quicker, isn't it? But there we go, the rotation completely broken open. You got... No words.
Huh?
No words.
I'm right there with you. It's so confusing because in game 1, UNI seemed like they could do anything but miss the target, and the ball has been magnetically pulled away from the Redbird Black net at every single chance. Surely this isn't a 6 that falls in, but of course it's in the back wall. 1, 2, 3. The shot is missed, and it will be ushered closer to the ground in the corner. Cole fumbling a bit with it, however, and stretching through with the 1-2-1, but that's it. We knew the game was over with, but my goodness, the tone shift. I still can't get over this relic. It is such yin and yang from game 1 and 2 in this series.
Hey, do you remember when Redbird Black had 2 shots on target? Yeah, how about 10?
Yeah.
Also, Uni-Purple, shout out to them, out shooting Redbird Black. 13 shots, not a single goal on the board. Utterly bizarre. Redbird Black, if you want to just take the goals and the fact that they're now tied at 1 apiece in the series, winning the series by 1 goal. Extraordinary.
It makes so little sense. I think that, I mean, obviously, if you want to try and be diplomatic about it and sit down and say, okay, 0 goals on 8 shots, not the best performance that anybody's had offensively. However, I believe when we saw that scoreboard, if I remember correctly, it was Cole and Colin who combined for those 13 shots and AJ with 0. I don't necessarily want to point to that and be like, that's the solution, but it was AJ to make the massive statement for UNI in game number 1, so maybe that is what makes the success hinge for UNI a bit more than they'd care to admit.
From a hat-trick to no shots on target, it is quite the dichotomy here for Uni-Purple. I don't know what to say here. I hope for Uni-Purple's sake that that was just a blip, an anomaly of all anomalies. For Redbird Black, I hope that that's just a sign of more to come. I hope that the real Redbird Black turned up in game number 2. I hope that we've got a great series on our hands and that it's not just going to be Whiplash City over to the other way. Once again, here's a demo in the midfield. Colin moving forward. Divine gets anti-Goomba stomped, I want to call it. There's a shot on target. The roll continues.
A runaway of sorts. Starting to get a bit concerning, to be honest. Divine still recovers from that situation to just give Floody the bit of an extra oomph to get that ball over the line, as if they ever really needed it, however, because they had two defenders stacked up in the corner, went far side with the shot, as you should, and find the goal as a result. But yes, you're right on it. The roll continues. The momentum seemingly all in Redbird Black's favor.
Out they go once again from the back. Locking down these 100 boosts at a canter. Floody. What boost to work with here, certainly. Bit of a scuffed touch. Not that they're going to care. They keep possession once again. Infield, here's Colin. Up goes Floody. Yeah, bad starting position, but nobody willing to punish him for it. Up it goes. Big pre-read from Divine, and he gets there as well. Another challenge one, this time through Little. AJ Witt steps forward. Floody gives it away. Run out of boost. Fortuitous 100 pickup. Uni-Purple moving forward. Oh, but they lose out once again. Cole missing out on a crucial interception. Floody right down the other side of the pitch. Infield pass, but no one ready to receive.
And so much of this series depends on how quickly the second person in the rotation gets to the ball. If Cole's a bit faster and probably has a bit more boost in the tank, that's probably an equalizing goal. But talk about second person in the rotation. Here goes Little from the corner, trying to make something happen. Floody has a bit of time to get to the ball. A very gratuitous challenge as well, but it's right back out to the mid. Divine trying to hit Floody, who may be low on resources, but still gets the center pass out. Not connected, however, does fall pretty freely there to Little. So both teams establishing control. Redbird Black a bit more so than their compatriots in UNI, but a massive fake out and an even larger save to keep that one out.
Oh, nothing little about that. It was a big block clutch moment. And that is really exactly how this series has been going since after that game one whistle fired off to signal the conclusion. Down the other side it goes, mercifully not on target, a miss on the bump, it's an open net, and Uni-Purple are falling apart at the seams.
UNI, we've seen this before, where it goes to the post. I get that it's a difficult one to block away. I understand that Cole's really the only one relevant to block that aside, but a bit more proactiveness has to come through. It can be risky. You don't want to line up for that ball and slam it into your own net, but at a certain point, you've got to try and subvert the expectation to Redbird Black, because if you're Cole in that position, you know that somebody's going to be there to take the shot. Speaking of Divine, no time to waste here. A third, and it continues.
8 unanswered. AJ Witt couldn't get there in time. Divine, great placement. Couldn't have done much better with the opportunity he was afforded. 2 minutes left, another runaway, a kickoff. But Colin able to stop that before it reached a real precarious position. They've already got enough on their plate to worry about at the moment, the Panthers. 3 goals here in game number 3, potentially a 4th on the way. It's another challenge victory down the other side. Hits the backboard. Unfortunate touch from Divine, and finally a break, and it's Colin with the goal.
It's a goal that you and I have to find, and it's great that they score it here. The pass that we know them to try and hit down the length of the field, and like you said, a very unfortunate touch defensively, but it's an opportunity that Colin has to score there for UNI. Foot in the door, about 100 seconds to play. Still more work to be done, but they've got to shore up this back line as well, because Redbird Black have been hounding at the chance to take these shots home.
The rot is stopped. Cole looking for a demo. And AJ Witt, who continues to be anonymous since that game 1 masterclass, waits and watches as Cole just about gets a piece of it. Little going for the back pass, looking to reshoot there, but unfortunately that wasn't the best quality one. Floody up and looking to turn this one around, actually gives it up to Cole, who shoots on target. There's Little. Colin, oh, great interception from Divine, picks up that 100 boost as well. Brutal.
Cole will receive this one right at the 60-second mark. Has a bit of pace to try and get the second touch. Falls to AJ. Will this be the goal to get back in? Denied by 2 defenders. So certainly a little stretched out here. Redbird Black, and Cole finds finds the angle here. What a way to get back within one.
He's definitely been culpable in this particular game. A two mistakes too many, but that's gorgeous. Beautiful double tap, high angle to get that in as well. Met with aplomb, and now it starts to get scary for Redbird Black. 48 seconds, that's a long time in Rocket League. 45 now to find that one goal, that equalizing goal, potentially to force overtime.
Game is on. The goal sheets have been dirtied on both sides. We've got a bit of bumping and banter there on the goal line to try and give you and I a ticket into the zone. It will be AJ going cross for Colin, receives it anyway, sends it bottom corner, and a save is away. AJ gives way now to Cole, who can't do much else, and Redbird Black may get a chance of their own in a rather dim situation that they saw just a few seconds ago. All of a sudden the field has flipped, and they've got 3 strong, but AJ doesn't mind very much. Sends to Cole in the corner, second touch is there, it's off the back wall. Cole receives, and what a save on the goal line. One last chance, Cole puts it to the back wall. It's over towards the ground on the side. AJ able to keep this one alive into the corner. Does anybody have the shot? Racing for the challenge is Colin. Now Cole has a look at it. Will the water fall down? No, that's too easy. Redbird Black survive at the very end of that fight.
What a save. What a game. What a series. From one extreme to the other, we meet in the middle. We are sitting on the proverbial fence, my friends. And Redbird Black, just look at how that shot counter has been halved. Uni Purple coming out with 14 and looking more and more threatening as that game went on. Certainly looking the stronger. Were it not for that spectacular save, we would be continuing to commentate in overtime.
This is a great series. It really is delivering in a lot of the fundamentals that you expect from these teams. And as simple as the explanation feels like in my head about these teams taking space away from each other, we know how difficult that is, because you flash back to games 1 and 2 and you remind yourselves how many open back lines there were, how many counterattacks ended up on target very quickly. These teams have to always strike that delicate balance between sending that second person in the rotation far up enough to take a quick shot, but also having what it takes to defend what comes back at them the other way. And to strike that balance is much, much easier said than done.
But it is something that either of these teams has to try and do nonetheless. Of course, Redbird Black, important to note now, they are on that match point scenario. If they are to take one more win, that's it. They're over the line. They've got their W in that column. Not that Uni Purple here are going to just lay down and give it to them. We're already deep into game number 4 here. Still on DFH, but still with a 0-0 scoreline. Important for Uni Purple here, Galgan, to try and score that first goal. Of course, when they did score first, they did go on to win the game.
We'll see if they're able to do just that. It's looking good to start things off. Got the ball in the right zone, reminiscent of how we spent most of game 1 of this series, but still nothing yet. Demolition in the middle of the field as well will make you and I scramble just a bit more as they fight for their own back boost here to get the clear through. It's Colin to take to the skies. AJ's racing as well. It's a 2-on-1 in the corner, looking for the quick center pass, but Little has the read. Ready and prepared. Divine over the top as well, and an extension, again, through the middle of the field. It looks so strong for both teams when well executed, but those doubles are certainly going to give up a bit more space than Redbird Black want to. Fortunately, though, they still don't concede.
Oh, it's AJ Witt Kenobi out there. He's lost a little bit of his luster, it feels. Lost a little bit of his confidence. Got to find the force and force his way back into the conversation. Redbird Black now with a shot on target via D. Floody. Up it goes. Spiked, but not forward thinking. And that's dangerous off the woodwork. It's ping-ponging. It's pinball wizard. Elton John, get him out here on the piano. 2 minutes 50 left and still deadlocked.
You and I have to find themselves defensively. They have to discover their identity, however, because Redbird Black, for what it's worth, at least in my eyes, shouldn't have had as prolonged of an opportunity on that specific instance. You had Little, who tried to go up for an aerial near the ceiling, had no resources, no reason to do so. That was scary. An awkward bounce off of that near corner, and all of a sudden you and I don't really have to worry about defending too much if they can keep putting pressure on themselves, although the counter is having to be blocked away.
Cole can only get the doink out to the midfield. Uni Purple desperately looking for boost. You can see here Colin on the backboard had to go for it and has already run out. Cole, that's a much better clearance. AJ Witt, it seems, looking for more boost. Cole leaves it, and unfortunately no one there to receive. Great challenge here from AJ Witt, looking for the bump. Doesn't get it. There's enough discombobulation here to at least take one player out of the mix. Once again, the Panthers on the prowl, and that is a fortunate pinch. Cole, and there it is, Panthers with the opener.
And I'm just sitting here holding my breath, hoping that the Panthers take a shot. And it's Cole to find a nice challenge that ends up on target as icing on the cake for the Panthers. But certainly wanting to push that one a little bit faster. They knew that they had the Redbirds scrambled on the defensive line. Touches were not exactly what they wanted and didn't jump at the first given opportunity. But they find the goal nonetheless, and they've still got that lead.
You got to say, it's been coming. They have certainly crafted together the better passing lanes, the better shooting opportunities across this game. Now they've got to continue this going forward. Lovely demo. Here's Cole at the midfield as well to stop the challenge forward for the moment. AJ Witt through the center. Nice combo with Colin. Back into the center. Here's Cole looking for the shot. And it's, oh my goodness me, two defenders whiff. There's little to make the save, and it's not exactly a convincing clearance. AJ Witt again drives forward. Here he goes, and he's finally got his goal.
We're back, finally, to the start of game one. At least it feels like it a little bit, as Redbird Black thanking their lucky little stars that they were able to contend with that opportunity in the first place off of the various misses we saw deep in the zone. But now more work to be done. Game 5 is looming, and it looks very realistic at this point, although Divine certainly doesn't want it to end this quickly.
How about this? We went from 8 goals unanswered for Redbird Black to 4 goals unanswered for the Purple Panthers. Oh, how do things change in the world of Rocket League? Momentum is a fickle beast. And sometimes you really do just have to stand up and be counted when it matters most, and that's exactly what the 3 players of the Purple Panthers have done thus far. Here's Colin looking for a third. Nice flick to the backboard. On target from Cole. It's away ever so slightly, finally with a bit more conviction. Little goes up, infield pass. Oh, it's a bit too close for D Floody. Stepping in, there's Divine looking for the bump. Or demo, none found. AJ Witt with the time to clear, but not too far. There we go, much better.
Not too sure where Redbird Black want to take this ball, but the one place it needs to end up is the back of the net right here, right now, and that challenge is surely going to mean, despite the demo, that they're not going to make it happen. 3 seconds left, one stretch potentially for a consolation prize, but they do not get it, and of course, UNI forces us to game number 5 because it feels correct for this series, at least I believe so.
Deep breaths, everyone. Deep breaths. I mean, that was our lowest shot counter across both teams, across all games, and you could feel it. The midfield battle was dogged, and it really all came down to who was the most clinical in front of net. When does it never? But it really did count here, actually. And that was where Panthers came forward and really made the difference. Great to see AJ Witt back on the board. He's deserved that goal after a couple of subpar performances. And of course, for the Panthers now, they have that game win going into game number 5. Redbird Black on the back foot. They've got to find a second win.
Absolutely, and I think if you watch Game 3 and 4 of this series, you don't necessarily back Games 1 and 2 to have been as one-sided as they were if you didn't see them. So it's certainly worth noting that both of these teams have had their run of form. What I'm most concerned about, though, is that Game 4, while it was, a close scoreline, it was still a clean sheet in favor of the Panthers here, and it looked convincing, not necessarily for the Panthers doing everything right, but for the Redbirds failing to do so. And I'm curious to see whether or not they find more confidence behind some of these touches. And as we join back in, if I'm reading this correctly, they've already found some confidence in favor of a 4-second goal to kick things off. But there you go. All things are right in the universe.
Well, we might have missed the first goal. We certainly didn't miss the second. Beautiful redirect from Cole. How about that? Top pocket. Nestled. I've already used that one, haven't I? I've got to come up with some new ones. There's no egg. Egg in face for me. There we go. It's an egg joke. It's an egg reference. Birds lay egg. Right. Okay, no more goose eggs on the board. That's the important
There
thing for
you go.
both of these sides. They have found their shooting boots, and it really does set up for a barnstormer of a finish to what has been such a great series. How about that for a save? Oh, and it's off the woodwork. Redbird Black knocking on the door, and it says quite politely, no, thank you.
Using their hands to knock, but using their feet to kick themselves a little bit that they don't have that second goal, although I do fully expect these teams to score a bit more. It's absolute chaos again, caused by a couple of unpredictable misses, but Cole is there to hammer home the second.
Oh, you can see Divine was en route to get the ball to take part in the challenge, but it was just that diverting run from Cole to potentially try and demo him or bump him out the way, put him off. It was enough to get inside his head. But now right down the other side, Little, no boost, looking for bumps, not going to find any. Here's the shot, that's going to be a little too short. Divine, that's another shot on target. Oh, it's a punch for a punch. We're going to see bloody noses after this one.
Let's keep going. I want to set some records here. I want to get double digits for one of these teams. I'm not sure if we'll get there. It does somewhat hinge on some more prolific defensive mistakes that I don't know if either of these teams will necessarily continue making, but then again, it is Game 5. The nerves could be high for either side. They understand this is a matchup that theoretically they should be winning to advance themselves further in the season, so if the defense continues to stay nervy, certainly could see a onslaught of more goals coming through, as it looks like you and I don't want to waste any more time.
Winning the race is Divine. That's an open now, and Little was waiting a little too long. AJ Witt gets in the way of his plans, and now down the other side, Cole. It's a nice crossing of the roads here. Lovely pass back into the center. Cole with the drop down! Oh, the airstrike!
When this play hits the middle of the field, you start to ask a couple questions of the Panthers because the play is moving so fast and maybe they didn't make exactly the correct decision. No, they did. They knew exactly what they were doing. Fantastic pass, fantastic shot from high up in the sky. You can't ask for anything more.
Now for another to find. Redbird Black, remember, took the lead in this game, and they're now looking to find another equalizer goal. The Purple Panthers starting to roar with some intent and some conviction at last. Colin misses that touch, and it's Divine forward. Ends up in the center. Up goes D Floody towards the net, on target, put away by AJ Witt. Little over the top of one, dangerous still. Colin with a convincing clearance. Divine, I was going to call him Divine. It's a real word, Relic. You can actually use it. Demo in the background, mind you. D Floody looking to get past AJ Witt. It was a demo on the uni-purple side, but not able to get that shot away.
This Game 5, though, is so interesting because seemingly whenever a team has gone down by one or at this level state, the aggression flips. We've seen Redbird Black play forward in the zone very well here, save for finding that third goal they need to tie things up, and more time continues to tick down, but it does feel like somewhat of an inevitability here for D Floody and the rest of Redbird Black. They continue to push, try and flap their wings to fly through, find this third goal. It is pushed through the corner. However, UNI doing their best to lock things down, batten down the hatches, and secure this Game 5 victory.
This series has been a soaring success for the general audience member. Of course, both sets of supporters going to be rooting their teams on, going to be disappointing whichever one of them loses. There is going to be a loser, however. Who will it be? D Floody on target. Oh, redirect. I think that was off one of the blue cars as well. Onto the post and away. Little. Good pickup of the 100. Top of the box. Waits. Oh, nobody willing to go in for that pass, though. It was a little too fast for their liking.
You've got two defenders in line to try and make a challenge off of that, so I don't necessarily blame Redbird in that situation. I just want to see a little bit more desperation out of the crew with under 80 seconds to play. That one nearly labeled for top bins. Does not connect. Colin still tries to stay relevant to delay this push, but here's the most open look and free gift that Little will receive to tie the game.
Call him Stuart because like a mouse he's crept through a hole in the defense and got himself some cheese. Photo finish here. 1:06 left on the clock. 3-3.
Make sure you've still got room on those camera rolls. Plenty of film left to take pictures of what should be a picturesque ending to quite the series here. Fairly open ball, scary look, but UNI get a decisive clear away. We are in to the final minute of the series here, Relic. Do we get our first overtime of the series? I feel like it's only fitting.
It would only, it's worth it, isn't it? It's worth it. Of course, neither of these teams want to see that be the case as Cole drives forward, unable to find a way through two players around the corner. Oh, that's lovely reactions and a nice relaying of the information for Floody. Calls his teammates forward, but there's not been much joy. Divine is the last player back. Attempted bump. Away it goes. Enough players back in time to help out their teammates. Colin looking for the backboard. It's a devious bounce. Up it flies. Floody out from the back. Maybe looking for Divine. He loses control. He loses the ball. Cole, backboard. Waterfall down and away from the clutches of Colin. A breakaway opportunity. Colin has to clean up on aisle DFH. Colin from the back now. Got the boost. He travels the court. It hits the ground. We get our wish.
Let's go! Game 5 overtime. The Redbirds survive the last second onslaught that UNI try to put on. Does this end quickly, or are we going the distance even further? Big touch out here, however, but touches it away from Little. Now it's going back the other way. Open up on the other side. Divine gets the save away. It bails from going in, but it's saved, and we continue on.
No way! Oh my goodness! What a save! Captain Clutch over there. He's not settling for a Redbird Black. That's the only thing he's going to sell for is a Redbird Black win. Swarming this blue net now, surely fueled with the adrenaline of realizing that the series was done and dusted. It was finished, except for the heroics of one of their teammates. Colin just throws it up the field. There's going to be no one receiving. Ends up with him again. How about the same plan? Same result. Ends up with Little.
Screaming in the calls have to be the energy unmatched. I'd love to hear it, but for the time being, we can only watch and wait for the decisive goal. UNI get a push back here. It's a challenge from Colin to try and open things up, but a nice second touch to the sidewall. It's left to Cole, however, and Little now called into action on the defensive side. Tough touch for Floody to get back around to. We'll have to leave it to Divine to get this push going for Redbird Black, but UNI have given a bit more space before closing it up. Colin to Cole, connection, not quite there. Where's AJ? Waiting in the wings. Demolition as well will make things tough, but AJ's over the top. AJ's put a shot on, and Divine delivers again.
The phone lines are ready. An ambulance is to be called. But for whom? Redbird Black wants the bell to toll for Uni Purple, but they are still ramping up with their opportunities. Miss from Floody. AJ Witt meets a stern challenge. Colin. AJ Witt looking for a bump. Not going to find it. Little avoids it. Divine up the pitch. Little. Oh, it's an open net. Oh, no way. It's an own goal. Cole reacts to what he thought was a shot on target. It wasn't. And it's heartbreak. The Redbirds are flying again.
And it's Divine to get it done. The hero of Game 5 overtime for Redbird Black JV2. And Relic, I am going to go on the record right here and right now. Greatest NECC series I have seen in my short tenure here. Something to love about every single play from the start of Game 1 to the end of Game 5. Redbird Black JV2 earned every single bit of this series win.
Could not agree more. To think that they were maybe 20% of a ball crossing a line away from losing that, by the way. Outstanding. And that really is the word of the day to call Little. I was kind of half jesting when I suggested he be a hyper carry. Hyper carry he might not have been. The rest of the team did stand up eventually. But sometimes you just need that rally cry. Sometimes you need that leader to look to who makes something special happen. And he made a lot of things special happen. That was awful grammar. Never mind me. Little MVP by a country mile.
And let's not forget to tip our hats, of course, to the Purple Panthers here. There were plenty of things to enjoy about their play. I personally loved seeing Cole and Colin as a duo, AJ in his own right as well. Everything about their play style showed me a team that is ready to perform the way they know best. And the games that they won, they delivered in the entertainment factor at a high level. So I'm sure that this team has what it takes to scrap out some more of their series in the rest of the season and really put on a good show.
Well, for myself and Gaugen, that was most certainly a crescendo, but sadly, we've got to put a fin on our tenure here as, well, although we're leaving, the show must go on. The wonderful Pyro J and Foof to take over their opening gambit, the University of South Carolina Gamecocks. They're going up against Grand Canyon University. We hope that you will enjoy the show. We most certainly are, and they will see you after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NECC Week 3. I'm Foof, that's Pyro J. And Pyro, we just came off of a Game 5 overtime that looked like it could have lasted forever and then ended with an own goal. Like, how do we top that?
I don't think that's possible, but Foof, we're going to give it our best shot. We're heading here into the Champions West division, and I feel like that's the best case to find the teams that have the most potential for greatness tonight. So, Foof, that was simply a transition into the action I think that we have prepared for us today.
It was simply the rock that is starting the landslide or the snowball that starts the avalanche. But looking forward here, we have a pair of teams coming from opposite direction. One an early season tilt and the other season an early season tilt. You have UBC Navy 0-2 to this point. 1-3 to UT Dallas and 0-3 to Illinois State, bringing in Zindler, Puffyfish, and Blue Ming, senior, freshman, and a sophomore. So a nice kind of smorgasbord of ages there.
Definitely. I think that diversity in ages and roles and even majors is going to help the team out a lot. Brings a lot of characteristics to the squad, and it doesn't say a lot about how they're going to be playing on the field, but it surely should help them. Now you have on the other side here NAU Gold, that is Northern Arizona University. You've got a few players out here on the roster: Refined Lemur, Curved Leaguer, and KJ Soccer. I think there's another player here, the Black Monk, that isn't on the roster maybe today, but I was going to say, Foof, he's got that information systems major, which I was.
He's sitting in the background in the comms.
So. Ah, man, I would have loved to see him out there, but two solid rosters. And here's the thing, Foof. You've got Northern Arizona University coming in here with a 2-0 record. University of British Columbia, not as fortunate this season.
You talk about the Lumberjacks are 2-0. They are undefeated, and they're wanting to step up to 3-0 and kind of continue introducing themselves and feeling confident. Whereas UBC Navy, the Thunderbirds, they have to find an answer, and they need to do it soon because, yes, it is a young season. Yes, it is only week 3, but that is possibly three chances that have already gone by the wayside, and it just gets tighter and tighter after that.
Yeah, it only gets more and more difficult, and, that's sort of how it goes. I really like as well, Foof, we get all this information on the players, and they get the chance to offer whatever information they like. We got from Refined Lemur, who hopefully we'll see in the cage match here that has already begun, folks. We're 30 seconds in, and we've got our first goal as well. I'll leave that detail for later. Chronicle has opened up the scoreline.
Well, just open up the book and putting us right in. 20 seconds already off the board and one already in the back of the net. Chronicle setting it up, knocking it down. 1-0 here for NAU.
All right. Well, that's the way to get started.
All right.
If you are the winning team with the winning record, you want to stay in the lead when you start out the series. So they get off to just the right start here, the Lumberjacks. And, we didn't really get to see how that play transpired, but maybe we'll get more opportunities to see that offense succeed.
Unfortunately, the replay does not last as long as the kickoff, though. Maybe Rocket League will look at longer replays. I wouldn't want to see it because they'd always get skipped. But, the Lumberjacks possibly posturing for a second here, poising on that offensive side, but unable to get anything going. Castro looking for a pass midfield. It's a far post shot, but just a bit too far to left off of that Octane. Yeah, that's midfield. I like the look, but I don't like that double tap opportunity that's just so sharp off the backboard.
I think you're seeing UBC Navy start to see those backboard opportunities transpire, so they're trying to get some of their cars to crawl up on that end and kind of nip them in the bud before that opportunity presents itself. And there's certainly some shot taking coming back from UBC Navy. But look at this.
My goodness.
Counterattack come out from Chronicle, a sharpshooter.
I mean, that is 1 to 2 to 3. It's from each player on this side. You talk about Chronicle not looking near post, but instead opting to go far post, making that save nigh impossible. And UBC down a pair early.
I mean, that was like a long field snipe there. I'm just still mesmerized by that goal there. Chronicle, a standout character here in this series, and it's only, not even 2 minutes into this game so far. And NAU Gold, well, they're just not letting up on that gas pedal.
Well, I think the Lumberjacks have found a nice spot to sit, as that could be another one for Chronicle, and he puts it top bins and in. It doesn't even kiss the crossbar.
You know how we had that AI issue recently, Foof? Can we check the programming on Chronicle? It was a little
How
too
many
precise.
specs do the wheels have? Are there actually enough there? Are we just AI generated?
A little too precise for my liking, or just enough. I'm not sure, but I am amazed. Thus far, there has to be an answer from UBC Navy, and boy, does it come quick.
Well, living up to the name, they're chilling with the goal explosion caught. Just a little bit too overzealous is the defense, and Zindler making them pay for it. Getting one back finally here for UBC.
Yeah, that response was needed. I mean, listen, NAU Gold running, driving, whatever, away with this game as early on as it has been. UBC Navy, the longer they let that lead stretch out and give NAU Gold more and more momentum, the tougher it is to find an answer back and to even build the confidence of the team. So they've been able to do that with a goal. Still have farther to go.
Where they go right now, but trying to build on the offensive end. Almost got set up was Puffy, but he couldn't get it to fall. Blooming eat hard there as that one's cleared just out to midfield. A 50 from Puffy keeps going forward. That midfield play starting to become a dominant faster as UBC building this wall, trying to force it around, clear into the corner, trying to follow up here. All three players looking forward here. Chronicles had so many already, but now Puffyfish had a chance but lost control. Now looking for a backboard play here is NAU. Set up for one, going far post, but he can't get it to fall a second time. Not the charm as the defense still standing up to the test. Castillo dropping it down, has a teammate there, but the Finnick just a bit too short to find the angle.
What Northern Arizona University have done so well is almost outpace UBC. They're getting to these touches so much more quickly, but they're almost outpacing themselves as well. That whiff, I think, was led up just to the play that was trying to accelerate, trying to get past their own potential. They've got to be disciplined. They've got to be clinical enough with that speed to make sure their touches can count.
Yep, the wheels falling off, but they quickly got them back on as that's great control. He's got a teammate there, but he's up too early. And so, no shot coming through. In University of British Columbia, the Thunderbirds starting to push it back, trying to find an answer of their own. Blooming has time, has space, has the backboard, but can't get it to go all the way there. It's the Lumberjack defense still a bit too sturdy on the end. Even with a demo, another touch on the backboard. Third man pushing forward here for the Thunderbirds, but he can't find it either. So the ball resting now on this defensive third for NAU, and they are feeling comfortable under siege.
Ooh, they are indeed, especially after that ball finds its way out of the net off of the crossbar. UBC Navy, they would have loved to have that 1 goal deficit instead of 2 goals still to come back with a minute remaining, but they're still in deep waters at this point. It is Castillo to have that ball been given up back at the half-court line. UBC Navy, they've been trying to have these long-standing possessions to break down the defense, but it just won't whittle them away. NAU, they only become stronger.
Well, at some point when you're down multiple goals, you have to push forward, and Castillo seeing that, cheating up almost like a offsides hunting player in soccer, just sees the moment, hand is up, possibly out the window, catches it, so now it's 4-1, a 3-goal lead here for the Lumberjacks.
It starts to paint the picture of really the range of play that NAU Gold are confining UBC, and they push a little too hard. They're going to get punished. They're not quick enough. They're going to get beat to every challenge. There's this fine line that I think UBC Navy is going to be forced to walk throughout this series, and finding that margin may have to be left for the future games in this series, as this one is kissed away.
That tightrope seeming more and more like fishing line right now as it's just become thinner and thinner. And you're having to wonder if UBC can have an answer. I like the play off the backboard here, but the defense standing that test, looking for the pass to clear. A demo is there, but it dissuades the offense enough at midfield. A shot coming through, but the respawning player able to find to it. KJ drifting into the corner here, wanting to find a clear one last time are the Lumberjacks. 3-2-1, and now the ball going to grace the ground in NAU Gold. The Lumberjacks of Northern Arizona University going up 1-0.
All are starting to see why this team has not lost a match yet this season. It is only 3 weeks, in fairness. It is only week 3, excuse me, but out of the 2 matches, they've only dropped 1 single game. So NAU Gold, they know what they're doing in this match. For UBC Navy, Foof, I'm curious about what you think. So far from what I'm seeing is they're taking hard shots at the net, which is starting to bait out that defense. It's starting to force this NAU Gold team to rotate defensively, but they're not really prioritizing passing plays that are going to break down this defense harder. And as soon as the counterattack gets going for NAU, the trouble gets worse.
Well, here's the big tale of that entire series. There were 5 shots on the side of NAU. There were 5 goals. They went 4 for 4 on the top, 1 for 1 there. There were 0 saves on the defensive side, and that is the big bugaboo that I see for UBC is not that NAU wasn't taking great shots because they were. I mean, they were nigh unsavable. You just need to have something happen on the defensive side so you can dissuade these offensive pushes, so you can enforce counterattacks.
Well, you can tell them that, Foof, but when you got Chronicle on that side,
Well,
NAU Gold, it could be tough, but this is the way you want to get started, that's for sure.
We got to see this one. We did get to see the build-up to this one as Blooming on the kickoff saw it through and goes bank and makes it 1-0.
I am glad we saw the buildup of that. I feel like it also went by in a flash, though. I feel like I blinked and I still missed it. I won't miss this one, though. Zindler, great carry, great air dribble, the setup, and it forces the 1-2-3.
Oh.
And UBC will get their goal.
I have seen that exact play missed too many times. My head was in my hands, but Puffy Fish sees the wide open net and seizes the moment. It's 20 seconds, and it's 2-0 UBC.
Yeah, you wanted saves out of them. You can't get saves if you don't have to play defense. It's been full tilt here. And UBC Navy have taken advantage of the moment. You have to remember, NAU 5 goals in the last game. I mean, this is still very much, I mean, you could argue the momentum maybe hasn't even shifted based on the tumultuous game that it was for UBC Navy in the last one. So NAU Gold, they'll be looking to get the gear turned in their direction soon.
I just have to be honest, that'd be incredibly intimidating of a factor if you scored 2 straight and momentum's still not on your side. Like, right now you have to wonder what it could be like. A double tap is turned away, and KJ had just a menagerie of shots and pulls the near post out to make the defender miss.
And this is what we're talking about, right? As soon as they get that chance, they just have the tools in the kit to make the shot chance work. Again, the shot isn't perfect. The goal chance, it's not unsavable. UBC Navy, they are struggling to pull together their defense to stop the pushes. The pushes keep coming, Foof. It's nonstop out here.
They don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. Zindler had enough wherewithal to know, I don't have the boost to play this. Great call. If it wasn't a great call, it's a double commit, but it doesn't matter. You don't have to play defense when you're watching replays. Up 2 here, just past the 1 minute mark again.
Maybe that defensive rotation was cohesive for Northern Arizona University, but that kickoff defense, that transition out into these chaotic moments maybe needs some work. UBC Navy again and again taking advantage of those moments. And this isn't off the kickoff, but it is off a possession. That's a big demolition, opens up the lane for Blooming score.
Hats off, no hats on here as Blooming finds the third. This one coming from Puffy Fish. The setup, the demo, the beautiful shot of watching his teammates score as he walks away from that one. 4-1 here.
Feels like the July 4th fireworks show out here. This is a goal every 15 seconds. We are being treated to this. I don't know. Did you have to pay ticket membership for this one? I feel like there was a fee associated with the show, but I'm enjoying it. We're spectators here to the events, and NAU Gold, they want to be. They want to look like more than just bystanders here. I think they want a piece of this action too.
Well, they are rocking and rolling for sure. Up 3, feeling confident, and I think any and all first game jitters are behind them. Now my question is, what answer can the Lumberjacks have? Because they've been forced on the defensive side. They've had to make a bunch of awkward touches, and they thrived on the offensive pushes last game, and it's just not been available.
It hasn't, but this could be it. KJ off the post. Blooming needs a touch. It's going to work the woodwork, because why not to get it out? But whatever it takes, UBC Navy find a way out of that very devastating situation that it could have been. Castello, there's
Still
the
there.
touch to follow as well. Saved by Puffy Fish. UBC Navy, they will not go out of this game with 0 saves.
Where was this UBC Navy team in game 1? I mean, they have just roared back to life, and it's not by lack of trying, as the Lumberjacks again putting more pressure on a shot again, but the post will not work with them. Now, UBC posting forward. The Thunderbirds want to find another, but denied there by Castello. Puffy Fish caught awkwardly here. Past midfield, back to the third man who pulls the trigger, but another diving save. A demo setting something up. The third man committing again, but it does not matter. Time and time again, the sink will not go through.
Hard shots coming from NAU Gold, but UBC Navy have finally tightened up ship and are sending them away. In fairness, though, there have been some follow-up shots from NAU Gold that haven't made the mark, though. KJ, no follow needed. This off the backboard is enough.
This is a similar story. All 3 blue cars at midfield, caught with their hands in the cookie jar. KJ flips the field, finds the backboard, finds the net, cuts it down to 2.
And it's only 2 more that NAU Gold need in order to, at the very least, force overtime. How many goals we've seen this game? 90 seconds feels like a lifetime. So maybe they'll get the chance to form a counterattack. That's a decent pass to KJ, and Castello ready for the follow. It's sent downfield to the goal line, and that's easy for the defenders to pick away. The bump there sets up an opportunity, but it's pulled away to the corner. NAU Gold continue to press forward.
Blooming popping up high, not exactly what we want. The demo opening the door, but it's slammed closed by this UBC defense. Perhaps a window performing here as NAU having to back off, getting some boost. Chronicle has control, up and over 1, but it's a beautiful 50 to keep that pressure on. Still, the ball floating at midfield. A soft touch here, no, a whiff coming out. As the Thunderbirds sitting on the defensive side and wanting to control the clock here, wanting to control the pressure and wanting to control their own destiny in this series, as that's a pass to the soft shot that will not find the mark.
Chronicle being forced to set up the shot chances right now for Northern Arizona, where
Money!
he was the shot taker. He needs to put himself in the shot-taking positions. That's exactly what he's going to do to put the scoreline with just 1 between them.
A bite-sized hole has now been ripped out of the defense. NAU fighting back, axe in hand, down 1, 37 seconds left. Puffy Fish and company are watching their lead crumble to dust, blowing away in the wind, but they just need to hang on for less than half a minute.
They were able to get the ball in Chronicle's hands to
3v1.
score that goal. Can they do it again? They've got to make a defensive stop here against 2 shot takers. Chronicle, the steel wall on the goal line, able to do that, but can't put it past Blooming. That's Castello. Back to the midfield. KJ does have a lane here, but only single digits left on the clock. Baiting out a defender of Puffy Fish. That's not a strong touch. Past the second defender. Here it is, above the net. Can they drop it down for a pass? No, not quite. Off of the corner. The ball stays up. There's a player midfield.
Puffy
Can't reach the ball. KJ's behind the play, and UBC Navy, they hold to their lead.
Holding strong, and another feverish comeback attempt falls shallow. That is 8 shots to the 11 of NAU Gold, and it was just a couple of missed shots, a very small touch pushing it one way or the other, and NAU has this tied or forces it and takes it away. But because of those small misses, because of those overcommits, we have a 1-1 series, and we're back where we started. It's a best of 3 now.
Because why not? Hey, we said it. That hot Game 5 overtime of the last match was just setting up this action here today. Listen, think about how those 4 goals came so quickly in the match.
Absurd.
And then as we went on and on, NAU, they crept their way back to that scoreline. Just couldn't make it even at the end. But if they keep that sort of cohesive nature on defense and don't let these chaotic starts off the kickoff slide against them, NAU Gold should be able to get dominance back in this series. Foof, I say should, but come on, do we really know?
I don't think we do know. They didn't give me the script for this one. I'm sorry, but I'll be texting Michael in the background to see if I can get it. But I felt like I was watching a horror movie in the second one. It just felt like the hero had gotten away, and you just saw him coming and reaching, and then it went to break. The hero got away, but we're wondering what the sequel is going to be. We're tied back where we started. 5 minutes on the clock, 6 cars on the field, a best of 5 to be had, and a better shot coming off of KJ, picking up where they left off.
This is thievery. I mean, come on. Between 2 blue players comes KJ, and oh, what a snipe from the midfield. NAU Gold. They needed a tone setter to shake off the weight of the Game 2 loss. That was certainly it.
Well, first blood being struck immediately again. It's just kind of a theme we're seeing in this series, and it's trading hands back and forth and trading blows back and forth are these two teams. Blue Ming has woken in these next 2 games. Holy cow.
Here we go again. the shootout. That was the beginning of Game 2. Appears to be a formal... I don't know, as a rehearsal.
A declaration of war?
Yeah, maybe. Will we get back into that sort of trench warfare where players gain inches rather than miles, though? That was sort of the midsection of game number 2, and it seems like we could get there again, as it will go back and forth. Zindler, that's a strong dunk, though. Put possession back in their hands, but a long clear brings it back to UBC Navy's side.
Got the bump, trying to open up a door here. Beautiful rotations, keep the pressure on Chronicle. I like the idea, but a little bit unconnected there. Disjointed on the offensive push. Zindler watching a teammate push it off the backboard here, catching it beautifully here is the Thunderbirds. He pushed it out midfield. Castello pulling the trigger, but it's just going to be a trade of possession. No, it's pushed right back to him. If you love it, let it go. Try and find a teammate while you do so, but Puffy Fish out to midfield. Chronicle, backboard play, waiting and ready. Is this UBC defense? They are just defending on this left-hand wall.
You know, I feel like the series has been played out so that one team is trailing behind the other, and they sort of have to work so hard for these goals. Finally, we're not in that situation. It's this brawl, it's this neutral stand where either team can kind of play to their max, can kind of slow the pace down and try to outplay their opponents wherever they can. That would have been an outplaying scenario, but the connection doesn't find itself. Puffy as well, disconnected from the play. We're just looking for touches here, Foof. The car to the ball.
Just hit it 5 head, as my teammates have said many a time in these ranked games. As Puffy Fish beating on the ball there, trying to find something. It's NAU goals. They're stuck on that defensive third. A bouncer pushed it forward. He's trying to find a touch. He's actually going to pull the trigger on it, but no bump means no goal. Lumingo 50'd hard there. The ball resting on Zindler's nose. He wants to find a second touch. Going to just softly caress that one. Losing control here. Awkward for both players as they're both just kind of reading and then miscalculating, recalculating. And Blue Ming back on it again, handing off the Puffy Fish. A little bit of miscommunication there. 2 blue cards in the corner.
Oh, and you can see how that can dismantle them so quickly. One miscomm, and already the ball's on the other side. They look awkward on defense here, UBC Navy. They're getting beat to these pushes, just like in Game 1 when they were outpaced by NAU Gold. Will it come to fruition of a goal here?
What a dunk!
50-50, pull it up in front of the net. Chronicles just
Bodied.
bigger.
Bodied as Chronicle stood the test. Castello opens the door, and then it is kicked down by the man who has 2 goals already to the name in the previous game and in Game 1, carrying it forward, putting this team on top again.
Can't tell whether Chronicle is the hero or the villain in this story, but it's definitely a primary role. Starting off the series for NAU Gold in outstanding fashion. He wants to bookend it here in Game 3, at least to continue the series. Nevertheless, it is Gold with KJ. Ball in their hands, and now it could have been a pass out to Chronicle, but it's batted away by UBC.
See, the thing about a good hero or a villain is they can't do it all the time. And so Chronicle waiting in the wing for the cooldowns to come back off and kind of given time, because KJ has made a name for themselves here just playing insane. That Finnick finesse a bit too powerful. Maybe Psionic's going to find a nerf for it soon, as that is an infield pass that's going to lead to a 4-post shot that goes post and out. NAU Gold still knocking on the door. A double commit keeps it away for now. And the Thunderbirds still pouring it on, making this defense now triple commit. They can't send any more cars. They went 1, 2, 3 on the defensive side, and they broke through.
I think, you know what, if they were knocking on the door, they're coming back with a battery ram. I wouldn't be surprised to see Gold take a barrage of shots next on their possession and just force their way through. That's what their offense is looking like right now. But UBC Navy have found the answer, at least in a change of possession. They need these possessions to sort out for a goal, because although this game has been a bit lower scoring in terms of the series, they need this goal in 40 seconds, Foof. It's got to happen.
I think both of these teams need this goal. I mean, obviously UBC needs a tie, but I think NAU needs it to just kind of secure this win, because if you are only at a 1-goal advantage in this series, it's not safe. I don't care how little time is left. Is KJ kicking it back up once again, the lone player here up front, getting a demo to try and open the door. Castillo late to it, but Chronicle follows up beautifully. The Octane looking for his teammate, but it's not the pass they wanted. It's actually a clear. Blooming in a 1v1. He's going to try and flick it late. Has a teammate there, but KJ standing the test, making them all miss. Castillo getting high five prematurely. It's 3-1.
It was all or nothing on this play, no doubt about it. And, well, unfortunately, UBC came up with the nothing pile. So it all goes to NAU Gold, their 3rd goal going to secure them a 2nd win in this best-of-5 series. They'll be working with match point in this series. It is incredible, Foof, just to think that we had those first couple of goals so early on in the game.
20 seconds!
It felt like we were going to get the show. Yeah, we were going to get the show again, but oh, how the score remained at 2-1 for so long.
That is 9 shots to 4. And it's only a 2-goal game. Like, that is an absurd amount of pressure that you gave up, and then it didn't convert, and you were able to just keep within just harm's way. And I want to harken back to when you said it. It was all or nothing when KJ saw 3 attackers, the ball, and 10 seconds left. They had 4-8s. They laid down their hand. They're like, we're winning it. And he laid down a royal flush, the the reverse Uno card, to then extend their lead.
Listen, UBC Navy, they know how to try to make a show out of those moments when they need to. And this series in general feels like a great match to make a show out of it, right? A defeated team against an undefeated team. They've already taken a game off of them. That means they can take the series. So they're going to work their hardest to try and carve out these wins any which way that they can, Foof. Unfortunately for them, it's not a best of 7. It's a best of 5.
No.
We're already at match point. We're just 1 win away, 5 minutes of game time from this series being over. It feels too quick.
I mean, unfortunately, that is the beauty of it all. Hey, wait a minute, we're at the 30-second mark again, but we didn't have a goal this time. I did have an important question, all right?
Okay.
Who are you picking to play in your show? Who are you picking to play as Castillo?
Wait, is this the hero-villain scenario here?
Who are you picking to play? Come on, you setting the show up. I want to know who we cast.
All I know is that Chronicle's my prime player. That's it. Okay, he gets
I know
the
Chronicle's
Romeo
gonna have
or the Juliet.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I know.
I know. I was talking about the supporting cast. I know we were going to pick some A-lister. I just didn't know if you were going to go in the known route or unknown route. Right now, the unknown route is possibly UBC trying to find first blood, as they were able to do it in Game 2, but not Games 3 or 1. Right now, that opportunity arising from KJ, but it slips through his fingers just right in front of him, but that one not turned away by a mistouch or an errant play. That was a beautiful save from UBC Navy, walking on the razor's edge right now.
Got to give credit to KJ. I mean, that miss is a rare moment for a player that you mentioned that has been popping off, firing on all cylinders this series. Great shot taking, and has almost taken that limelight off of Chronicle in their Game 2 performance. However, Castillo could be that third that could really pop off. That's off the Chronicle.
Yes, it is.
Chronicle is there. Yes, the third player will finish the play.
Chronicle and the Lumberjacks. It was the 1-2 to stud, putting it in. Teamwork incarnate. 1-0 in the game, 2-0 in the series.
You know, we went from UBC Navy scoring 4 goals in like a minute 30 of game 2 to now they've only scored 1 in the span of 7 minutes of game
Yes.
time. I mean, that
They
is
spin them all early.
drought comparatively. And they need to turn this around quickly in order to quench their thirst, to rejuvenate, to feel like themselves again. Otherwise, NAU Gold, this is going to look like the start of game 1 where they just run away with it again.
Well, unfortunately, UBC Navy, the Thunderbirds, they do, in fact, need the goal. You do need pressure. You need to find something. And right now, because of the pace that the Lumberjacks have, it causes the game itself to spread out on the field, and that is not where UBC seems to be comfortable. They want it closer to their chest, not like right on their cars for dribbling plays, but they like infield passes that aren't spanning the length of the field.
Yeah, that would certainly help their case. The chemistry needs to roll around one way or another. Right now, they've got to get the comms to work defensively. That's Puffyfish with a weak clear as KJ turns on this, pops it up high, wants to contest against Blooming, but one bat away is only worth saving a little bit of time for UBC Navy to turn around again. Puffyfish, no boost here, looking awkward towards the back line, hoping for reinforcements to help them out of their way, but there is no way out. Not when the NAU Gold dominates the resources and has perfect rotations here. Maybe they're imperfect. Chronicle a little behind the play there, trying to find a player across the width of the field. Castillo pops it up, and that is meeting the ceiling.
Demo.
And that ball is just trailing in the midfield. It's really slowed down here, Foof, and I don't know if this is an advantage for UBC.
It was a chance for UBC to have pressure with their third, but the demo opens the door. Now Puffyfish wanted to kickstart something off the backboard. Zendler, I need to see something big here from the Octans to start. Maybe leading up for NAU Gold. And KJ, are you kidding me? The most obtuse angle you'll ever see to put that through.
That's one way to put this narrative to bed.
Wow.
Oh, wow, indeed. KJ slams that down, and I don't care if there was a defender in the way or not. I think that one just had a mission of going in. Northern Arizona University undefeated and want to continue to be a 2-goal lead. It is not surefire, but another goal could do it. Chronicle intercepted by the UBC defense.
Well, now we need to see something happen with this turnover. That's a pass midfield, but again, that pass lackluster, slow on the touch, and not having enough pressure behind it means it's immediately answered by this defense. In NAU Gold, they have these flashes of brilliance, these beautiful aerial plays on offense, but their defense cannot be overstated. More pressure. UBC Navy 50'd hard there at the point of attack, but 30 seconds left, and they have to find 2, and they need to do it soon.
Got to take this ball off Castillo. Flip reset. Pass over to Chronicle. Does get batted away, but KJ is next. And KJ, oh so deadly. The dump pass does land in the Piranha swarm of the UBC defense. They kick it out, but to no avail. Popped up again. That's going to trail more seconds on the clock as we're down to single digits once again, and it feels like that final time. Blooming along clear. Nobody's there. That's the end of the series. NAU Gold pose a shutout in game number 4 to close the book on this week 3 match.
And KJ not even wanting to be on the podium, just having to probably take that moment to breathe a sigh of relief, because when you look at the tail of the tape, an undefeated team coming off the back of a sweep, going against a team that got swept, you're like, man, it's fine. I'm good. We got this. Everything is fine. We're going to have a great and easy time. We're going to roll. You score 5 in the opening game. You go 5 for 5. And you're like, oh, good. We're great. And then you get punched in the mouth in game 2. And it's on from there.
Yeah, game 2 was a whirlwind, and we were happy to be just a part of it, you know, waving around in the wind, saying, all right, wave hi to mom and dad. But, you know, we finally got settled back to the ground, back to the foundational elements, I think, of what NAU Gold posed. They have their strikers, yes, but they also had an answer to so many of the offensive tries from UBC Navy. They only allowed 1 goal in those last 2 games. That's very impressive from a team that has a promising future, Foof, in NECC.
Absolutely. I feel like it was almost watching a spider just kind of waiting in the web on that defensive side. You didn't have to do it many times, but they drew them in, and as soon as they overstepped when they already had a lead, they were immediately ready to counterattack. You get caught up just looking too far forward, looking to steal a boost, looking to try and force a shot, and then boom, you're down 3 now.
Yeah, that's the way it works. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. That's the way the spider eats its prey. One way or another, it is a win for Northern Arizona University Gold. Congratulations to them. And Foof, I think we're not quite done with the Rocket League action tonight. If I'm not mistaken, I got OG Eagles and NMSU White.
That is what we currently have on the docket. It has been subject to change, and so we're going to say that is what we're looking forward to next here as the final game, not only of Rocket League here in Week 3, but the final game of NECC's Week 3. So, I'm Foof. This is Pyro J. We're going to take a short break, and in a bit, we'll be right back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Foof. This is Pyro J. This is the NECC Week 3. And man, oh man, we've had a wonderful week, a wonderful day, and a wonderful stream laid here behind us right now, man. And sometimes you got the good ones, you get the bads. We had a best of 5 go the distance. We had a heavyweight bout between a still undefeated team and a team still trying to find that first win. And the carousel continues, Pyro. The worst villain in all of everything, time constraints. Time issues. Yeah. And we are bested by it today once again, man.
These things happen. These things happen, Foof. We did have a match scheduled for you all tonight. Still one more. Foof and I were trick.
Yes.
So excited to get back in the booth and have another great time to present for all of you, because this is very entertaining and this is awesome to see this competition at the collegiate level. But sadly, yes, due to time constraints and to some of the rules, we just couldn't get this match underway tonight. But Voof, I couldn't agree more. I think we had some incredible action here tonight for NECC, both streams today. Shout out NECC2 coming in with the raid earlier. Sorry we couldn't bring you a match. But yeah, we can congratulate the teams that did win. Shout out Northern Arizona University on that killer match with the win. And New Mexico State. Or was it New Mexico? Oh, no. That was the match we were going to have. Yeah.
That was, But by rule, they do get the, I believe they are the ones receiving the forfeit victory. Right. So
there we go.
I was ready. I was poisoned. I was like, we're going to have 2 0-2 teams coming here at the 10 o'clock match. Who's going to get there first? In New Mexico State. It is what it is. It happens. I've been a college age person before. I know how things can sneak up on you time-wise. So, man, what a time. I got to say thank you, Pyro, so much for joining me in the booth, man. It's been a blast. Thank you guys on the back end, on the production-wise. I mean, we literally couldn't do it without you, Polaroid and PDM, man. I mean, we just physically couldn't. Thank you to Mike on all the heads up top, allowing this thing to run smoothly. Thank you in Twitch chat for being here and supporting all of this. Man, I just have to ask simply, Pyro, is it next week yet?
Oh, it'd be great if it was.
Right.
Yeah, NECC has brought so many joys to the Rocket League scene and collegiate and the viewing experience. I mean, I had the red zone action last week with the 2 matches at the same time. We were just discussing how much fun that was. And then today we had the Game 5 overtime and the heavy hitters afterwards. I mean, I would love for it to be next week. I'm sure it'll come soon enough, Foof.
Well, only 7 days away, but like always, there are going to be multiple games, again, starting on Monday, so make sure you hit that follow down below and you stay in tune, not only if you like NEC, but you like Rocket League, because we'll be here back within a week's time. Thank you guys so much. You have a great night and a great weekend. Love you. Appreciate you.